What's up?
Alrighty, let's do this. What is up, bro? You hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Alrighty.
What you drinking tonight, man? What's going on?
So tonight, I figure I had a little bit of this left. Not a lot of it. Figure I'll finish this.
Swig it off.
Yep, I'm gonna finish this off.
I got you.
Why not? What is going on, everybody? Hit the like button if you're in the building. What you got? What you got tonight?
I had a bottle of Seagram 7 at the house, so I'm Seagram 7 and 7 right now. I haven't touched it.
All right, bet. What's going on, Rose? What's up, Dennis? So here we go. The bar is open. Let's get it cracking. What you got for us tonight, man? I figured we're just gonna do whatever comes up and just let the conversation flow.
For sure.
But I'm gonna let you start it off.
Now you know it's gonna be the Kyle Pitts hour if I start it off. But we could.
I don't know, man. I can't remember a player that's received. I can't remember. I damn sure can't remember a tight end that's received this type of hype.
Vernon Davis. Well, Vernon Davis was Vernon Davis had that insane combine. I don't know. You remember that? You know.
Even Vernon.
Well, I'm just saying he was pure combine though, because what he run 4.38 or something like that.
Yeah, he had nasty numbers. Didn't have much college production though.
No.
Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Jose, what's up, man?
All right, let's do it. I mean, but I brought this point up earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, I guess, from like this. Was he a junior or a senior this year?
I'm pretty sure he was a junior. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Is this his loan? Is this? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't pay much attention to the Gators, and quite frankly, outside of this year, I don't recall hearing too much of his name. Was this his first real big year of production? Did he?
He had. All right. I was trying to pull up his. So he graduated 2018. So, yeah, so he's a true junior, right?
Okay.
He did. This is his best year by far. 12 touchdowns, 770 yards,
right?
43 catches. Florida also. I mean, just a lot of this you got to take with a grain of salt, man. Like Florida didn't run the ball at all this year. They were terrible at it. They got a first-round quarterback in Trask. I mean, Halo, you know me, man. Like I'm a little biased with certain things, man, but I usually hit the nail on the head, bro. And I just don't see it.
So I'm asking. The reason I'm asking all these questions is because I'm just lining up the hype with the player. I don't really have anything against Pitts, and I know people will be like, these guys don't like Pitts. But when I'm looking at ESPN articles, I'm listening to all these NFL pundits going as far as to say this guy's the best player in the entire draft. I'm not making that up. I don't know if you've seen though or heard that same narrative, but I'm not making that up. And I'm
The one
saying, okay,
that
how can he be the best player in the entire draft? And outside of this lone year, this COVID weird year that it was, I think we can all agree on the weirdness of this year. And like you said, Florida didn't run the ball at all. I mean, yeah, he was fairly dominant. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, as dominant as a tight end I can recall in recent memory. But I just don't. I mean, I asked the question to you earlier, like numbers wise. Like if people are acting like this guy's numbers are insane, match up the numbers with OJ Howard. They're not. This isn't something we've never seen before with Kyle Pitts, I guess is my thing. Vernon Davis, yeah, we had never seen a guy his size run 4.3. That was kind of crazy. In more recent years, Ebron, I think he had put up some crazy numbers in the combine as well, coming out of North Carolina, right? Guys like that, okay, I got you, but I don't. And I'm not taking any 40 time from this offseason. Don't take any of these 40 times serious. Kentucky apparently has like 5 guys on that roster that run 4.3s. Go figure. So I don't know, man. Can you convince me that I'm wrong or on Pitts? I know you're not going to, but
no, bro. I think we're in the same boat. It's just, you look at, it's like what's valuable in football right now. Right. And people keep on saying, like, we had this talk last week, like, oh, the game's changing, right? Especially on the defensive side. Over the last 15, 20 years, it looks completely different, right? Everything's about getting to the quarterback, and stopping the quarterback from throwing the football, which makes sense, right? But the things that have always worked in the NFL, route running, strong hands, toughness, those things have never escaped football yet. And to let this dude come in and say, wow, he looks like a god. You know what I'm saying? Let's just crown him the next big thing because of what he looks like when he works out. Because that's what I feel like it is. If you go watch him play, I didn't see one route that he ran where I was like, oh my God, he ran that route at 250. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see him like catch a hitch. We talk about Mike Evans, right? Somebody compared him to Mike Evans. We saw Mike Evans take hitches and turn them for distance. You know what I'm saying? What's this man Pitts doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't see it.
I think the most positive thing I think I could say about Pitts is that, to a decent degree, him and that other guy, Tony, I think that's his name, Tony at Florida. I do think they made Kyle Pitts.
For sure.
And I think you saw that in the Oklahoma game. Like,
for sure.
I think Trask was pretty exposed in that game without some of his weapons.
I agree.
So that's the best compliment I can give him. But this thing that Pitts is gonna be something we've never seen. Like, that's how they're describing him. Something that we've never seen at tight end before. I greatly disagree on that.
I think it comes down to, man, and to your statement earlier, some people are saying he's the best talent in the draft. That I use that word talent specifically. Yeah. Some people saying he's the number 3 dude. I think it was Matt Miller who's like, oh, that's the number 3 dude on my draft board. So you mean to tell me there's only 2 people in this draft class
that's better than Kyle Pitts?
Are you kidding me? I'm going to be a homer for a second, but did y'all watch Gregory Rousseau in college? Right? Did y'all just watch Jalen Phillips play football last year? Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields. You know what I mean? I could go on. I could probably name 20 or 30 guys.
And we're not even high on Trevor Lawrence like that. But
that's what I'm saying.
Come on.
You gonna tell me that Etienne isn't a better football player than Kyle Pitts right now? Real talk.
I might take Pitts over Etienne.
So go through it then.
Personally,
if you take Pitts over Etienne, right? Are you taking Pitts over Najee Harris right now?
No.
Okay. So
see, I don't think ETN's even in Najee Harris' stratosphere.
and that's fair, right? So let's do that then. So he's not better than Najee Harris, right? You go to the receivers. I'll give you three right now: Chase, Waddle, Devontae Smith. He's not better than them. I don't care.
No.
You know what I'm saying? If we was talking about that in the group, man, we talk about maybe he's the fourth receiver off the board. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's truly a wide receiver, maybe he's fourth or fifth. You got the offensive tackle from Oregon, right? You got the offensive tackle from Virginia Tech. You got the offensive tackle from Northwestern, Slater. Then you got the corners. You got Horn, who locked him up, right?
Yeah.
You got Surtain,
Campbell.
You see what I'm saying? Like
Campbell.
We could just Dylan Moses at Alabama at linebacker. You know,
we ain't mentioned no defensive lineman yet.
None. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like
I'm there with you.
Come on, y'all. He was probably created in a lab somewhere, but there's a lot of dudes that have been out there like that have come into the NFL.
But I do feel like teams are going to take. I feel like someone's going to take, and this is not about Pitts, kind of circling back to ETN. I think someone's going to take a high pick on him and be vastly disappointed in what they get at it.
I would agree.
ETN.
I would agree. Remember, we said CJ Spiller, another Clemson back.
And that's probably being fair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see a little better version. Like, I don't even know if he's CJ Spiller-ish. I maybe he's a little better version to me of Ellington, that used to also another Clemson back.
Sure.
I could see him being a little better version of Ellington.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does a lot of similar things, especially when he's talking about catching the ball out of backfield and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, he's not a 3-down back. I don't know.
He's second and long, third and long.
Yeah.
But he's not gonna bust it up in there for nothing, you know.
I think people forget that Clemson was really loaded at every single position.
Mm-hmm. And they were a finesse football team. People don't say that enough about Clemson. Clemson hasn't been, and y'all will know this because you watch them every year. When's the last time Clemson's really been a physical football team offensively? Right? It's get your team into space, get receiver A or receiver B into space.
They've been like that the last 10 years. Get their best player in the space, whether that's ETN, Sammy Watkins, name them. Get that best player in the space and let them go to work. So
they don't impose. They don't impose.
Absolutely.
They don't impose. You know, speaking, we were gonna have this development talk one of these days, but I'll get to Priscilla in a second because that's a really good conversation that Priscilla just brought up. I think I talked to you about this, Adrian. I can't remember the last time Clemson has produced a decent offensive lineman. And looking at the way they recruit them, they get a lot of 5 stars.
They get some guys. You're absolutely right.
They haven't really gotten a guy out of there that's just, it's kind of weird, right? Bama, every 3 years, there's 2 or 3 guys that come out that are first-round talents, But Clemson, to be on this run that they're on and not to see one, even a second-round left tackle or a third-round left tackle, like that's a little disappointing, It's a little disappointing.
I think that speaks to, and this is kind of a different conversation, but I know, well, actually it kind of lines up in the same. Mm-hmm. But you brought up the development thing. I think that speaks to you get the 5 stars. They can help you dominate the college level.
Right.
But Bama is showing that they do more than just recruit.
Correct.
They get the 5 stars, and these 5 stars go to the NFL.
Right.
They're, especially when we're talking about these offensive linemen, who's been pumping out more linemen than Alabama?
Wisconsin. That's it.
That's about it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Notre Dame could kind of have a little bit of an argument there, but they're developing these guys, man. And like you said, Clemson gets them. I mean, I can't remember the guy's name recently, but he was one of the better guys they had recruited in recent years. I think his last name was Hyatt. He was like one of their big time offensive linemen they have recruited in the last few years. I don't even think he got drafted. He was a 5-star big time prospect. I want to say he was from Florida too.
He started all 4 years, didn't he?
I
Wasn't
think
he the
so.
kid that came in and started as a freshman?
I think he was from Florida too, but
And
yeah. And like I said, didn't even get drafted. That's ridiculous. I don't think Miami or Florida State, they don't have that. Like, if we're gonna start a guy as a freshman, he will be drafted.
oh, he's number
And I can
one.
speak to it. Bobby Hart for us was
Mm-hmm.
not a great offensive lineman,
Mm-hmm.
but played 4 years for Florida State. I think the Giants drafted him. I don't quite remember which round, but
I think he
I
still
know
got
he
a
got
good.
drafted. And he might even still be in the NFL at this point. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not too sure. He
Mm-hmm.
wasn't that great in the NFL for sure. But my point is, at the end of the day, if especially, and this is definitely off topic, but it's all good. It don't even matter.
Yeah, sure.
I've always said with these, because it's so crazy to me when I see a kid, especially from Florida, say, I want to go play at Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. You might like the coach. Name a player at your position that Maryland's put in the NFL.
Ever.
Because I can only name 2 players off the top of my head from Maryland. We talked about one already in Vernon Davis and Diggs in the NFL right now. That is it.
I'll
Name
give
me
you a
another.
third. Sean Merriman. That's a
Sean
third.
Merriman. Sean Merriman
Yeah.
linebacker. Okay, so
Yeah.
three in the history of damn football. We can name Maryland
Mm-hmm.
guys. But Terrence Lewis and Brandon Jennings want to go play for these guys. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, as a prospect, your goal should be where's my pipeline to the league?
Sure.
Maryland ain't it.
You know that. And speaking of Terrence, I think he tore his ACL up there. Sad
Yeah.
story, you know.
Yeah. Sucks.
But we're kind of connected. Our 2 programs, Miami and Florida State, with those 2 kids, right? Because Brandon's brother plays for us, right? Yeah. And then Terrence. I mean, I want to say Terrence decommitted from Florida. This might have been 2019, and everybody in the city, everybody in Miami thought he was coming because it was going to be Terrence playing with, but it was his best friend and James.
Oh, he was committed to Tennessee.
No, he was committed to Florida a long time ago, bro. A long time ago. Go look him up. He was previously committed. I'm telling you, I remember the decommitment came, and I saw a crystal ball hit from Miami. Him and James Williams are like best friends.
That means that this dude was crystal ball in Miami twice. Because as soon as he decommitted from Tennessee, Miami, everybody was like, he's Miami bound. Which I remember talking to you about his recruitment, like what was happening there.
That was a weird situation, but it's kind of like it kind of ties into something you asked me about, like kind of this current cycle for us. I don't. How do I say this? You know how you kind of sometimes you can put too many eggs in your basket. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you jump in the gun a little bit. So let me ask the question, and then you can answer. So people even know what we're talking about.
Sure.
I asked you earlier. I said right now Miami literally has 1 guy committed. Now it's March. But is there any cause for concern that you have 1 guy? Recently, you just had Brandon Cleveland decommit like the other day.
Right.
Are you concerned at all about the recruiting right now, or you feel like it's March? You know
what it is. I think it's
April. Excuse me, it's April.
Right, but some dust has to settle at Miami because remember, we had Banda in place for the longest time, and really Banda was our ace on the trail. Right, you bring in Banda, Banda goes. You're left with Manny. Manny still does his thing, but now you have T-Rob out there, who, from what I see so far, is targeting kids in the Deep South, right? Mississippi, Alabama, things like that. That's where his ties are naturally for now, right? Mm-hmm. But not just T-Rob. Then we had T-Will come in, who ended up going to UCF as a defensive coordinator. You see what I'm saying? So you have to let that dust settle and these guys kind of regain their footing. So I don't think it might be till August that we get a real clear picture of what our class looks like, in my opinion. And I think the one that has to, if we're looking for a domino to fall, I think we're really looking at Kamari Wilson right now. I know we'd love to have Kamari Wilson. I know that's going to be a tough get for us. But Kamari Wilson's definitely one of them. You got Wesley DeSaint, the linebacker. That's another one that we want to fall for us.
You're the Miami guy. So I'll leave that. If you say that, you'll say that. But outside looking in, I feel like that domino to fall, as you say. And I know this one's kind of a tough one too.
Sure.
Especially from what I've heard recently about his whole recruitment. But I feel like Earl Little Jr. has to be the guy that you pull. Like if you get him, okay. Because I mean that's legacy, and I'm always very big on these legacy kids. You start losing these legacy kids, it's like if the kid that grew up, if the kid that grew up a fan of you, dad is a Kane, doesn't commit, it's never a good look. So I feel like Earl Little for you guys, and I've heard a lot of things around how he doesn't really have a lot of communication with Manny. I feel like that's again another weird situation going on there.
They said that the communication broke down for whatever reason, and that Manny himself was going to take over the communication in the process. But I think if we're going to talk about what this class looks like, it's not going to be successful if Little's not in it. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. That's why I said it.
You really can't, like you guys, and now, since we're talking legacies, because y'all have a couple on the hook too, right?
Absolutely.
Marvin Jones, Julian Armella.
Absolutely.
You really do. Not only do you want to get them, you need those two positions back.
Absolutely. And they're both positions of need.
Right. And we're on the same end with Little, because if you haven't paid attention to us, when's the last time we recruited a top tier corner? It might be when Blades.
Tracy Howard.
You see what I'm saying?
And Howard was a 5-star. That's the last 5-star I can think of, y'all. Well, I mean, you got James Williams now. You got James Williams now, but I don't even know. I don't know if James Williams remains at safety, bro. That dude is huge. I don't think he stays as a safety.
Man,
just my opinion. That dude, it's a great problem to have with him.
Sure, but I was talking to Ann about that. I'm like, Adam, and I'm talking to Adam, and I'm like, dog, how can you let's say you're about to play Alabama, right? And you know what kind of talent they're going to line in the skill positions. It's third and long. Are you really going to tell James Williams to go sit back there and deep pass at safety?
No.
Well, you got to find that tight end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no way. You 6'5" and you can run like that. So, but what
is he? 6'5", 220 coming out of high school?
They say he's 210. They say he's 210.
That kid's gonna be playing college at 230.
Yeah.
And by the time he's in the NFL, I wouldn't be shocked if he's 240.
If he knows what's best for him, and who am I to tell him what to do with his life and his career, right?
He could legit move down and play end if he wanted to, but go ahead.
If he plays outside linebacker, stand-up linebacker, right? A traditional weak side linebacker, he dominates. He's too fast, too long.
That's where I kind of see him at. That's where I see him at.
It's mind-boggling to me that somebody really thinks that he should be covering deep third somewhere. Not that he can't do it, but it's
not that he can't do it,
right?
But me and you specifically, and I've been bringing it a lot more up on this channel because I have this talk with my Florida State. The 863 tribe, as I call them. I have this conversation with these guys, and we debate on Travis Hunter. Is he a receiver? Is he a corner? And I say, okay, I understand that as a recruiting pitch, you tell these kids you can play both sides of the ball. The truth is the NFL don't want to see you play both sides of the ball. You need to specialize in something. You don't need to be good at corner and good at receiver. You need to be elite at something.
Right.
If he wants to maximize his dollar amount, if Travis Hunter wants to be the next Jalen Ramsey, and I bring up Jalen Ramsey because Jalen Ramsey went 4 overall.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably the highest drafted corner. And can you think of another corner drafted higher than Jalen Ramsey in recent years?
No.
Okay, so if you want to be top 5 at DB, you need to be a specialist.
Right.
And that goes to James Williams. And he wants to be. He can be a freak athlete all he wants.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's not, pick a spot and then just dominate at it, not just be good at it. You know what I'm saying?
That was the same thing with the kid that came out of Clemson, Simmons, right? He was really,
who I liked a lot.
We talked about him when he ran the combine. Yeah. I think we said, look, if I'm picking, who was it? The Redskins at number 2.
It was
that we was like,
Chase Young, between him and Chase Young.
come on, dude. Like, you can't. How are you really wrong? But the difference is, Chase Young is a specialist.
He's a
You don't know,
specialist.
you don't know what Isaiah is going to be. You don't know what Isaiah is going to be at the next level. So, and I talked here in the chat, not face to face, but I talked here about Hunter weeks ago. I think the best thing to do, and this is, I'm not even being selfish with this one because it hurts me more than it helps me, because you can always scheme a receiver. I play him at corner.
I've been the same way. You're talking about an elite. I understand how awesome he is with the ball in his hands, and he is awesome with the ball in his hands. But so is Dion. You're talking about a guy in Travis Hunter who's going to legit have quarterbacks not even look his way. They're not going to want any part of that over there because they already know that's potential pick six.
Right.
I don't think you can beat that.
It's that body type, the length to go with it,
and he's got so much still to build in that frame.
Bro, if you imagine if you playing, and this is old school football thinking, but imagine if you playing a cover two with Travis Hunter sitting there, right? You've taken out.
They don't even play that no more.
I'm just saying though, if Travis Hunter is looking at the flats, he takes 2 steps, he's going to cover 10 yards. You know what I'm saying?
Samuel Sr. made a career out of that.
But you see what I'm saying?
Playing the flats and taking everything to the house.
And all he's going to do at corner is probably press and bail like Richard Sherman. You put
that's
him
what
on
he does now.
Right.
If you go watch his high school tape, that's exactly what he does now.
There you go. He
plays cover 3. He presses and he bails out deep zone. That's exactly what he does now.
Take away a third of the field, and you know what? And what a Travis Hunter would do. And I haven't watched, by the way. I haven't looked at Sam McCall at all. So I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what he does defensively, but if Travis Hunter's my cornerstone, right? Now I just have to find 2 other guys that can cover deep, right? And now I have to force people to run the football, because that's the type of person that he is. You know, you talk about we always talk about Seattle, right? And y'all know how I feel about Sherman. I never liked Richard Sherman. I thought he's an overrated corner. That's always been my thing, because he benefited big time from Earl Thomas being back there in the middle of the field. I've always said that, right? Yes, but even what's the other dude he had opposite of him? Brandon Browner. You remember him?
They changed, but Browner was there.
Browner was the original,
and then, the original point. So I'm just saying, like, all they did was press and bail. Sherm does a good job in cover 3. We know that. And they had a fantastic safety over the top. If y'all find a free safety, now Travis Hunter could really make his money, because he's going to take away a third of the field every time you snap the football. You know what I'm saying? And to the point with James Williams, when an athlete like him would do an outside linebacker, we run a 4-2-5, anything between the numbers is his, right? Absolutely. Sideline to sideline, you can't get over him, right? Because he's 6'5", he puts a hand up, he's going to swat down anything. So you really have to pick your spots. You know what I mean? So I agree with you, man. Like, let's not, and Miami fans, let's not get caught up on this. You know, we have this legacy of Sean Taylor, and you know, he looks up to Sean and stuff like that. But man, do what's best for your, you know what I'm saying, your future and the team. If he was to play outside linebacker, 150 tackles, man, easy money.
Easy money
for him, man. He'd walk on the field, bro. He'd start tomorrow. It wouldn't even be a question.
Easy money. Terrence, what's up, man?
What's going on, man? Glad to join y'all. A little bit late, but
you good? What you got for us? What you want to talk about?
I mean, you kind of touched on Hunter playing just defense, and I'm one of those that kind of, I feel like he's that guy. You gotta have a package for him on offense, man.
See, here's my thing. I had this conversation. In his freshman year, sure. Maybe even his sophomore year. When you start talking about those money years.
The money years, lock him in.
He doesn't need to be playing offense.
The risk. It's not worth the risk at that point
unless you see him. Like, by then you need to figure out, is he our wide receiver, or is he our if you want to throw in a couple packages in him as a freshman and just see what he can do, I'm okay with that.
But if he does what we saw him do in high school, he's able to translate that. then that's the type of you're finally getting another athlete that's in that can be Charles Woodson, like, and actually change the game in that sense. I mean, how many guys have you really seen come out there as DBs and really like like, and to me, from what he's shown, and he's by far like, and you said yourself, he's by far the best player in high school football, best prospect coming into the league,
I
into
think so.
college football right now. Like, you can't deny him that opportunity to realize that type of greatness.
Well, hold on. Let's pause for a second. Is there a place for Charles Woodson in college football today? We talk about the game changing, because I'm telling you right now, if I was coaching Travis in high school, I would absolutely use him both ways. But if I was in college, right?
High school, he's the best athlete on the field every Friday. Yes,
correct. But
put him everywhere.
I'm in college. I'm at FSU. I'm trying to transform a program. I got all these things. Travis, I need you to be the best cornerback in the country, because that's how I'm going to build a program. Charles Woodson, a lot of people are going to like me for this, but I don't care. If you look at Charles Woodson's time,
I'm with you, and I know where you're going. So go ahead.
But if you look at Charles Woodson, you talk about the Swiss Army knife, right? And it's cool. He was a playmaker. He was a ball hawk, things like that. Was Charles Woodson ever the best cornerback alive?
No.
Never.
No, I will make. Like I said, I knew where you was going, because hold on. I will even make a case that the first half of Charles Woodson's career is very overrated. He didn't really start. He really didn't become the player that people said he was coming out until he moved to safety as a DB. But as a corner, he was not that guy. That's
when he won Defensive Player of the Year, right?
When he moved to safety, Charles Woodson became kind of the guy that he was winning he won the Heisman, right? Charles Woodson won the Heisman. Yeah.
Right.
He was winning the Heisman out of Michigan. Yeah, he was that guy. His first years at corner, he wasn't Champ Bailey.
I was about to say that.
He wasn't Champ Bailey.
Football, it was Champ Bailey.
Yeah, Champ Bailey was the guy.
You know what I'm saying? He was never that. So what we're saying, all I'm saying is, even when we played y'all, right, with Jalen Ramsey on the field, that has to be the first defender you identify, right? He was a cover man. He is a specialist. If we play y'all in 2020, this will be 2022, right? Yeah. We need to look out there. Whoever's at quarterback for us, whether it's Garcia, whether it's Van Dyke, whether it's Brown, probably Garcia or Van Dyke, right? They need to look and say, "Oh, Travis Hunter's over there. No, I'm good." Right? And to the same point with you, Elo.
And that gets them top 10 easy.
But yeah, correct. Yeah. And then you go over to us and we talk about James Williams. If y'all dare run an RPO with James Williams to the side where you're throwing the slant, you better check out the call, because he can cover both. He's that type of athlete. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so it's like,
I'm with you.
So you let's pick something and be great at that, and not just say, "Oh, well, we got to maximize." Now, there's a lot of dudes who can run routes and catch the football. Not a lot of people can be what Travis Hunter is on the edge or James Williams is on the football field, period. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you, Green Bay, but it's like, look, I get caught up in it too. I watch this kid's highlight, and I'm like,
wow.
The way he attacks the ball, he really is something special.
Yeah.
His ball skills.
Right. Respect.
But I just look at it and I go, I feel like his upside is just higher at DB. I feel like he may be a very good college wide receiver if he was to go that route. I don't know if I see Travis Hunter at the next level, at NFL, being one of the best wide receivers in
there's a lot of guys.
But I can definitely see him being one of the best corners in college.
Question: Would he be the best wide receiver in our class?
It depends. Now the class isn't done right now.
Right now, is he not the best wide receiver in our class?
I mean, right now, yeah. The other guy we got is the kid out of Arkansas. But
I'm just asking.
Wide receivers are a dime a dozen, though. They're a dime a dozen.
Have you seen FSU football?
No. That's because real talk. As soon as y'all get protection and y'all get someone that can throw the ball, someone can run the Mike Norvell slant route and catch it, right? Like someone could run all the gimmicky. You see what I'm saying? There's always a guy for that.
Why I gotta be gimmicky?
I'm not so big
That's what
on
he
the.
is.
I'm not so big on the older receivers we have on our roster, the Ontario Wilsons and stuff. Like I think they're
Yeah.
solid guys, but come on, no defense coordinators up
Oh my
till
God.
up till 1 a.m. saying I got to figure out how to stop Pookie Wilson. Like it just they're not doing it. They're not doing it. Now I think we have a kid coming in who can be. Dustin Hill is electric. I think we have a kid coming in, but we'll see how he translates. And I think we got a couple other freshmen who are good, but we got a 5-star who's going to be at the spring game, Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
That's a guy to look out for. I think he's out of St. Louis.
What's the DN that's supposed to be there? The 5-star DN.
Well, first of all, there's a whole list of kids that are supposed to be at that spring game on the 10th.
Which is a lot better than what.
Which, as a matter of fact, I'm a live stream that. So if you guys want to hop on there with me, because I'll be off that day. That's on a Saturday, right? Yeah, it's on a Saturday. I'll be off. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be on ACC Network, so I'll probably live stream it.
Let me ask y'all this, because bringing up receivers leads to a conversation that's near and dear to us, because we have the same problem, right? You wouldn't look at, well, no, I'm talking about Miami, because what Dugan's left over in a sense, right? But it's like, I think in my eyes, we have Mike Harley, and again, he's not a lighted up receiver. You know what I mean? And we going into camp right now. Restrepo done showed out. And this is what I mentioned Dan Morgan when we did, what was that, 2-3 weeks ago when we did the Miami versus Florida State all time. Restrepo is in that same bad, just the Florida white boy, man. He's bad. He's bad. He lit us up. I think he did like 9 catches for almost $150 in the spring game. I mean, he stepped up big. But it's like, man, we really waiting for a kid to step forward. You know what I'm saying? And say, you know what, I'm going to be that guy. And thankfully, Mike Harley has his 5th year to come in and say, you know what, I'm gonna make some money. Finally, I'm gonna make some money. I'm gonna mature and make some money. You know what I'm saying?
24?
You guys got Rambo, right?
23.
We got Rambo. But it's like, for me, it's not even. It's about the development, right? Like we always talk about.
Absolutely.
So we got this Keyshawn Smith, who's been showing out a little bit. Michael Redding, who's been showing.
Redding was always a guy who I was really high on coming out of high school. I was always high on Redding. They didn't, for whatever reason, use him a lot last year. So again, that's just me watching from the outside. I never kind of understood why I didn't see more of Redding on the field. But I get it. Freshman kids. I look at my own team. I'm like, why aren't we playing this kid instead of playing this sorry ass senior? So,
especially in a free year, you know what I'm saying? Like,
play them all.
You should. Everybody should have. Like, I know for us, Restrepo, he couldn't hit the field because he got COVID twice last year. So it's like, okay, yeah, you missed 4 weeks off rip. But Redding is the only person on our roster with that kind of body type. The only person on our roster at receiver with that kind of body type. We're recruiting. What's that?
I was gonna let you get back to receivers, but you brought up the free year that you called last year, and I was gonna say I'm not making excuses for White Mike, as Terrence says, but if there's one, I do think at one point last year, Mike Norvell looked at the roster and said, "You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna let guys walk," because we had 20 some odd transfers. He said, I'm going to let guys walk, and I'm just about to play a bunch of freshmen. I mean, we won 3 games, and I'm not making excuses for winning 3 games. Right. But I do think if you look at the way he managed that team last year, at some point, I honestly believe Mike Norvell looked at it and said, you know what? What do I have to lose? They're not about to fire me year 1 in a pandemic.
Right.
They're paying Willie Taggart $20 million, so I'm probably safe for the remainder of my contract, quite honestly.
Right.
Let me tear this thing literally down to its bare bones, play a bunch of freshmen, and just see what I have. Because you said, Miami didn't play their freshman guys.
Not as much as we should have.
Not as much as you wanted to. I can't say that about Norvell last year, and I could say that about Willie. I used to wonder why Willie wouldn't play some guys and would kind of stick with some of the veteran guys that he inherited that didn't really seem to be all in. That's a whole different question, and we're not even going to get on Willie. But last year, I mean, Terrence, you watch as much FSU as I do. I mean, did they not play everybody? Like, who didn't play?
He played some people. I was like, why is this guy on the field?
They play people that you didn't even know who their name was. They play people who,
and that was new for me.
They
so
play
like watch MSU football and not know who this guy is. Like what?
Right, they literally would play freshmen that you were like, man, I thought this kid was a 2-3 year project type player. Maybe we'd see him in year, redshirt sophomore type deal. No, they had guys. Yeah, they were playing walk-on tight ends. That's what I'm saying. But let's get back to the receiver stuff.
Yeah, no, man.
And Terrence, you missed the Kyle Pitts talk, so we can definitely.
I heard it. I was listening,
but you weren't here for it. Is what I'm saying.
I ain't got nothing to say about him.
You look at both, and Manny said this in a press conference the other day, right? He says, well, Miami typically has some great quarterback play. We're a pretty good football program, right? That's what's been lacking, certainly, right? If you really think about it, now I love me some Brad Kaya. You know I love that. But he also played for Al Golden, so that's kind of a waste, right? But the last time we had a quarterback that was even just solid, right, above average, pretty good, which would be Dorsey, right? And we talked about Dorsey, but at the end of the day,
I disagree.
I'm telling you,
I know you're saying you love Brad Kaya, but you know me, I always thought Stephen Morris was a talent.
But
that dude,
Steve. The problem with Steve is,
from an arm talent standpoint, I thought that guy had arm talent.
But he was never as good. He never lived up to that talent. Remember, Adrian, specifically,
your teams weren't that good.
But Steve played. I'm pretty sure. No, he didn't hand off to Lamar. He handed the ball off to Duke Johnson.
Duke.
Right?
That's it.
He played with Allen Hurns. He played with Dorsett, who ended up being a first round.
Hurns didn't even have that great of a college career. People were shocked that he was that good in the NFL. So
Hurns had one great year. But I would agree that those Miami teams weren't great teams, but I also don't think that Steve ever really tapped his potential. Because again, Alo, the game I'm gonna bring up, because I know there's a game you remember with him, is Miami versus Florida in Miami. I know you remember that game because I was watching it, and we were basically watching it together, right? And there's a couple of throws that Stephen Morris made in that game.
That's the game that stood out for me. There were throws,
right?
The ball was just jumping off. I was like,
bro, against first round corners.
I was like, Stephen Morris has this talent?
Yeah, I mean, he had it, but he just never reached that level. So all I'm saying is, if you want,
granted, those Florida corners turned out to be very overrated. That Purifoy dude was trash, and Vernon Hargreaves.
Don't say that name. I forgot about that name.
Purifoy.
He was coming into that season. He was actually the guy that Hargreaves kind of turned into. Everybody was like, this Purifoy dude is the best corner in. And I remember Kelvin Benjamin eating his damn lunch. Kelvin Benjamin had 150 and 3 touchdowns, and he also had 5 drops that game, by the way, Kelvin Benjamin. He could have probably went for 200.
He was trying to tell us something, man.
He could have had a Peter Warwick if he wanted to.
But you don't remember Hargraves. And since we started off on the draft a little bit, y'all remember when we drafted Hargraves in Tampa?
Oh, no, we were on the headsets on the PS. Me, Jerg, and Mike. We were in a PS4 chat room watching the draft together on the headset.
I threw my headset across the room.
And Tunzel kept falling because the big draft day scandal with Tunzel, and Tunzel kept falling. And obviously, at this point, I'm a full-on Bucks fan because we got Jameis. I'm like, yeah, baby, I'm a Bucks fan. And I'm like, oh, they finna get Jameis a franchise-level left tackle. And instead of Bucks having the foresight, they went with the paper and went with Hargreaves. And I'm like,
Hargraves, and this is a Florida corner for you, right? I thought Hargraves was excellent in off-man coverage, but that's it. Looking in hindsight, that was it. He was a slot corner who could play off-man coverage, but he was slow, and for a lack of better words, for a cornerback, he was like a little fat. Like he was 205, and not that he was fat, but you know what I'm saying? He was slow and heavy.
5'10", right?
Yeah, 5'10", 205. Like you built like Bob Sanders. Go play safety. You know what I'm saying? But we relied on him to be a number one corner. And I was just like, but anyway, but yeah, Steve, I thought Steve was dope. You know, I like Steve, man. Probably just as much as I like Brad. But if you look at
I would take Morris over Kaya, but
sure. So let's say let's qualify the statement. If we're playing good defense, right, which under Manny we're going to do, I don't care what anybody says, right? We'll be top 10 in the country. If we have a quarter, you put money on that. You put money on that.
Okay.
You put money on that. I got a bottle of Remy on the way to Hawaii if that doesn't happen. Okay.
Hold on, I won't in on that.
North Carolina just scored again now.
Sure. Yeah.
You said top 10. You said if you would have said
top 10.
Right. If you would have said top 30, I'd be like, okay, I'm with you. You said top 10.
Come on. Why do we got to bring up North Carolina? Why we got to bring that up today?
I mean,
six.
I thought this was a gentleman's conversation.
It is.
Because you know, I know it's been about 4 or 5
Go ahead,
years.
say it. What, 52? We'll talk about 52.
No, Lamar Jackson's still running on y'all.
Man.
Lamar Jackson's still running on y'all.
I was in.
Yeah.
Y'all remember?
I was so upset.
If y'all remember, I was in Iraq when we played that game. And I had my little FSU hat, and I'm sitting. We had what they call the USO. That's where you go sit there and watch the football games, or you could play video games. Whatever. And I'm sitting here, and about second quarter comes, I'm taking my hat off, like, okay, I don't know if I want to even be seen wearing this shit. Lamar Jackson, I had never seen anything like that, quite honestly.
Listen,
Lamar is Derwin.
Derwin was hurt, so that didn't help. But Derwin doesn't erase 60.
This is what it comes down to, right? And you mentioned the foresight of Laramie Tunsil. No program in Florida had foresight for Lamar Jackson. Nobody had a vision for that.
Man.
And
that is, you talking about. So I coached at Boca High, right?
Jimbo was the one coach that always because he did it with Xavier Rhodes. He said, "Nope, you're not a receiver. You're a corner."
John Franklin.
He did it with Franklin.
And you didn't do it with Lamar.
He discovered Devontae Freeman before anybody was high on Freeman. Jimbo had a track record of saying, "Oh, there's something there," and he saw that Lamar Jackson had athleticism and speed, so he wanted to make him receiver. Like, I don't know if you guys know the history of that recruitment. Lamar Jackson was all FSU, but Jimbo wanted him as a receiver. He didn't see him as a quarterback.
You mean we could have had that man playing quarterback for us?
If Jimbo saw him like that, why do you think he goes to Louisville? Why does a West Palm kid go to Louisville?
He ain't had nowhere else to go.
He had other places to go, but he
as a receiver.
Right. But you remember
the kid, and I'm let me let you finish, Rick.
Go ahead, my fault.
I'm gonna let you finish, Jerk. Just on same thing with the Lamar Jackson stuff. Terrence, you might remember him because I don't quite remember this kid's name, but this kid was a Tallahassee native. Man, you guys will know his name when I describe him. He was from Tallahassee, but he ended up BJ Daniels. BJ Daniels was one of the top quarterbacks in Tallahassee.
With the USF.
Bobby wanted him as a DB.
He was a dog.
Bobby wanted him as a DB.
Did he almost beat us?
No, he beat us. USF beat us. We had Christian Ponder as quarterback, if I'm not
mistaken. That was the year they went up there. They went up there and beat y'all, right?
I don't think they went. I think we went to Tampa and we was
there.
I don't think he came to Tallahassee. I could be wrong. I do know BJ Daniels beat us though, and it was a big story because that's a Tallahassee kid. Grew up a Florida State fan. That kind of stuff always seems to rear its head. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't give that kid a shot at quarterback, he always kind of comes and bites you in the ass. So
see, so for us, that was the same thing with Teddy. Al didn't like Teddy, and Teddy was committed to my man Randy, right? Randy stayed true to Teddy, but remember, Randy got fired. So
Yep.
Teddy goes to Louisville and becomes a future first-round draft pick, right? While we sitting here with chopped liver at quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like Teddy's the only good. Shout out to Miami Northwestern, but he's the best thing to ever come out of Miami Northwestern. Call it what you want to call it. Call it what you want to call it.
You look confused,
Wait.
Chance.
Who did Teddy play with at Miami Northwestern?
Teddy came out.
Who was the receiver there with Teddy?
Good question.
It wasn't out Darius.
It wasn't Coop.
Was it Tommy Streeter?
It was Amari Cooper.
I think it was Coop.
Probably.
I think it was.
I mean, you can argue Amari Cooper's better than Teddy.
I mean,
Teddy Bridgewater almost won a Heisman at Louisville, bro.
We're talking quarterback. I mean, he destroyed Florida in that game.
At Louisville, bro. Come on, man. Amari's a dog. Amari's a dog, right? But come on, man. Teddy was an absolute monster coming out of Northwestern, bro. And he just looked funny I don't know how else to say that, but the delivery was off and he was skinny, so people are just like, is he really a quarterback?
And shout out to Louisville. I got I'm in remember that guy I went on his radio show? Remember I told you guys about him?
Mm-hmm.
He's a Louisville guy. So if he's watching, shout out to you. That's made in the Ville. But
right.
Talk about a program that literally built itself off of just taking leftover Florida prospects.
Yep.
Louisville literally takes every Tutu Atwell. Just name another guy out of Florida. Their running back, Hawkins, is from Daytona. They literally make an entire program out of the Florida prospects that the big three don't want. They do a better job than UCF and USF at taking the Florida kids that the big guys don't want. They literally made an entire program off of that.
I remember Rutgers was in there pretty heavy at one point back in the day. Rutgers.
Yep.
I only remember Rutgers when they had
Rutgers and Syracuse was like popping up on campuses everywhere.
This is why we was in here a couple weeks ago when we was talking about the all-time Miami Florida State, and somebody was talking like, oh, Miami played in the weak Big East Conference. Syracuse early 2000s were dogs.
I mean, they had McNabb.
McNabb and Harrison came out of Q's.
I want to call them dogs, but
bro,
the Big East was solid.
Q's was a legit.
I'm not going to sit here and let you pump up the Big East.
Q's was a legit program. West Virginia was a legit
Virginia
program
Tech.
at that time.
Now, West Virginia was on the rise at that, like when you had Slayton and Pat White. Yeah, West Virginia was a fun program to watch for sure. I mean, hell, they put 70 on Clemson in that bowl game.
Right. That was Geno Smith. Shout out another South
Smith, Tavon Austin, Noel Devine. Yeah, Virginia had a solid pipeline to Florida at one point. They messed that up themselves.
I really hate. I really like. And I know it's probably beating a dead horse. I just despise the fact how we let talent leak out of this state.
It's impossible to keep it. I've talked about this so much. It's impossible to keep it.
You can't.
Where are we with the top 10? Where are the top 10 guys in Florida at right now? Where are they going?
But you have
in the current. No, go ahead. Talk. I'm gonna look it up. Go ahead.
You got to take out the IMG guys though. You can't include them.
I agree.
All right, true.
I agree.
So if you talk about, because even to an extent, because isn't Hunter's people from Palm Beach, Adrian?
Yes, he's a Palm Beach native. So
we can go on and on with kind of poking holes in this, right? But at the end of the day, there's really no way to your point, Adrian, to get our kids to stay here, right? And we was talking about this the other day. If I'm from Miami and Miami hasn't been good to me and my family, and I'm not talking about the school, I was talking about the city, right? I'm gonna get out.
So like the problem with Florida's top 10 right now is you have 3 guys from IMG.
Right.
Okay, let's eliminate them.
Okay, but you got the number 1 player in the state is Shermar Stewart out of Opelika.
He'll be in Florida.
He's projected LSU.
He's coming on site.
I think he'll be in Florida, or that's the outlier, LSU. I would agree with that.
Right now, he's 100% crystal to LSU. The next guy out of Jacksonville is Shaheem Singletary, DB. Ohio State, he's already committed. I'm going to skip the IMG kid. Then you got Lakeland's very own Gabriel Brownlow Dindy. He's a defensive tackle. Oklahoma, which is kind of surprising.
Bro, that let me tell you to what you said last week, Adrian. Talk about Florida kind of having a stranglehold on Polk County in that area. How do you let that kid
That's a
leave?
whole nother Mullen is a whole nother conversation, bro. Because that kid should be a Gator. You going to Lakeland? Now, granted, we were able to get a Lakeland kid at one point. I don't know if you guys remembered Cardell Stewart, but that was a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this kid, number 1 defensive tackle in the state, number 16 overall nationally, 5-star. Yeah, he's Oklahoma lean. Then we got another IMG kid, so that's Kamari Wilson.
He's a Florida kid,
but he's from Fort Pierce. So
that's just different.
Right now, his recruitment's wide open. There's no one's leading for him right now.
Listen, bro, that when I tell you, I think if we get Kamari, right, I'm not gonna say that'll solidify Manny to me, but
yeah,
it'll continue to remind me that Manny's good at least one thing.
Yeah, he's the number 1 safety in the state.
He's a dog.
And then at 6, you got Sam McCall, Florida State commit.
Okay.
Tyler Booker, he's an offensive tackle, but he's an IMG kid, so I don't know where he's originally from.
He's from.
I have to look that one up. Then at 8, you got Marvin Jones Jr. I'm gonna declare it right now. That's Florida State. I just look.
Okay.
I know we gotta get the field right. I just can't see Marvin Jones Jr. I can't see a guy by the name of Marvin Jones playing anywhere else. So I'm gonna say he's Florida State.
That would be so freaking sad.
Man, I probably would cry if he went anywhere else. To be honest with you, I probably.
Hey, Bergen. Hey, this kid Booker is from New Jersey originally.
There you go. So we won't count Booker into any of this conversation.
Yeah.
Another IMG key, Dylan Everett. He's a corner. So if you want to look him up, and then you got Kenyatta Jackson out of Jacksonville. Out of Hollywood. Sorry, out of Hollywood. Another South Florida kid, but he is a 50-50 right now between Ohio State and Clemson.
Can I jump in on that because
yeah, go ahead.
A Chaminade kid, I would kind of hope and expect to get him, being down here. But this is just, I guess, this is what I don't understand. Maybe it's just because he wants to get out, right? I can't name other than
what are you talking about? You're talking about
Kenyatta Jackson
okay.
Potentially going to one of these schools. Same with Shamar Stewart. Cleveland Farrell is the only Clemson D end that's went high, right? He went, excuse me. He went to the Raiders like number 4 overall, and everybody knew that was a bad pick.
Right. Right.
And then other than that, who was it? Shaq Lawson, right?
Shaq.
And this isn't to knock a kid's like decision making or something like that. But Kenyatta, man, do you not see what we just did with Gregory Rousseau, man?
That goes right along with what we've been talking about.
But that bothers me too, because we just did it with Gregory Rousseau. We just did it with Jalen Phillips. We just did it with Quincy Roche. We helped him out. You know what I'm saying? Jonathan Garvin, Joe Jackson, those guys left too early. If they would have stayed another year, they would have been drafted higher. But
so this is a perfect question, and I want you to talk on it because you coached high school kids, and we're gonna have a coach on here.
Sure, next week.
And we'll have a coach on here, and he's gonna give us some insight. But I want to talk to you. I want to ask you a specific question. Mm-hmm. Being a coach who coached high school kids, and I look at the landscape, and a lot of these kids, I'm like, who's advising you? Right. And my question is, who's advising these kids? Is it family that's giving them bad information? Because, like you said, like if I'm a top DB in the country, there's no way I pick Clemson.
Right. You have to.
There's no way if I'm a top DN, why would I go to Clemson? Their best guy has been. Rest in peace to Gaines Adams. That maybe was their best guy. Daquan Bowers maybe was their best. There's certain schools. Okay, you don't go to certain schools if you play a certain position. You just don't do it.
See, here's the thing. who's advising them, right?
Who's
A lot of
advising?
people say that. So I haven't been in the game for about
In a
7
minute.
years.
Yeah, I know it's been a minute for you. Yeah.
But the
You're a
7 on
corporate
7
man.
coaches, the
You're
7 on
corporate.
7 coaches have a lot of pull. This is in South Florida we talking.
I hate
But
seven.
but and the coach that we're going to have on here next week, he's an SMU grad. We should have on here. He's an SMU grad here in Texas. Coaches in the Houston area. Texas is different. Texas is very, very different from South Florida. I just want to make that clear because you have some states where coaches are truly professionals, right, who get paid to do nothing but coach football and are fully involved in every step of the process, right? Y'all saw Allen High School in Texas just hired Chad Morris as their head coach. Y'all let that marinate for a second, right?
Crazy.
Ridiculous, right? But if you're looking at what's probably happening in South Florida right now, you have the kids' parents, number one. Their high school coach should play some kind of influence. But I'll tell you right now, if it's a 7 on 7 kid and he plays for, Miami Immortals or one of these guys, that guy has just as much influence as his high school head coach does. And to me, that could be a problem, right?
Well, it's starting to mirror basketball because that's exactly what basketball is. That is exactly what basketball is. The high school means nothing in basketball. There's a reason why Kevin Durant, who's from the DMV area, goes to Texas because of his AAU coach. And it go on and on. We can go on and on down the list of kids going to schools that you're like.
But like I said, Adrian, look at a state like Texas, right? This kid, I think Quinn Ewers, right, number 1 in the country.
Yep, he's Ohio State commit. Yeah,
perfect. I mean, there's no way that his coaches aren't number 1 advising him because
absolutely
they get paid a lot of money to do it. A lot of money.
Absolutely. We talked about him.
It's just it's just a different environment in South Florida, man. And again, if I was a coach, and there could be biases in there and stuff like that, I know Ohio State's put out a couple DNs. I get it, and maybe that's what the lure is.
Yeah, the two brothers.
Right, but
and now you got Chase Young. Okay,
but if you take the two brothers out of the equation, what are we talking about at Ohio State?
That's what I'm saying. The two brothers. That's it.
It's not like, and this
we'll see what Chase Young. We'll see what Chase Young is.
But look, this isn't to say that Ohio State's a bad program.
But Vernon Golson was trash.
But right.
We knew he was trash, though.
Yeah, I'm saying, but the NFL didn't know he was trash, apparently. Or the Jets didn't, excuse me.
But you know what that is, though? Going back to Kyle Pitts, he was a combine warrior. He was a combine warrior in one good year. He's an outside linebacker for the Jets, top 10. Terrible pick.
Yeah.
And while we're talking other Florida, we're talking about Kyle Pitts. Sorry to get back on that.
No,
wasn't it Derek Harvey from Florida that went to the Jaguars? Top 10 at number 9 and flopped? A DM from Florida? Wasn't that him?
Yeah.
Wasn't that him?
There's only 2 good Florida DNs that I remember. And that's Javon Curse and Dunlap, who's still playing. And Dunlap's has had a solid career. So,
with that, and Adrian, I was thinking to myself, and you could probably weigh in on this too, Terrence, because you follow. Is Carlos Dunlap the best Florida Gator defensive lineman ever?
Yeah.
Career, I would say Javon Curse had a better stretch than Dunlap. Like
he was more dominant.
Yeah, I think
he didn't have a longevity.
Right. I was about to say Curse in his prime was a more dominant player. Dunlap probably has had the longevity argument, yes.
Mm-hmm. But
I weigh that kind of heavy. Longevity is important to me.
Well, then you should think LeBron's the GOAT now.
Hey, man, nobody asked you all that. How? No, we're not doing this. No.
I don't think LeBron's the GOAT, but
we're not doing this.
Conversation.
It is another conversation, but anyway. Yeah. Dunlap might be the guy. I can't even think of anybody else, quite honestly.
I don't think. Remember, they had Jarvis Moss a few years ago. Now look, John White.
They had one guy I liked. What was his name?
Jack Youngblood.
Huh?
Taven Bryan.
No. He played D tackle, but he was a little bit undersized as a D tackle.
Sharif Floyd.
Wasn't
I like
Floyd.
him.
If I hear his
Kevin
name,
Carter was solid.
I think I remember his name if I heard it. Sharif Floyd isn't the name.
But see,
Kevin Carter bookend Javon Curse with the Titans, ain't it?
Yeah.
right, hold on. They bringing up Jack Youngblood. Jack Youngblood played before any of us were born, John White.
Pre-segregation football.
Bingo. Unless you 65, you don't know no John Youngblood, right?
Jack
Okay.
Youngblood.
So you gonna say Kevin Carter, great career. Shout out to him, right? Carlos Dunlap for a decade.
Has been the guy.
He was in Cleveland.
Easley is the guy I'm thinking of. Dominique Easley. He played D tackle.
Yeah.
And I liked him coming out. He was a bit undersized, but I liked him, but he was nothing.
He
but
went
yeah,
to St. Louis.
Carlos Dunlap. Yeah, I don't think there's but I think you could look at Florida, man, and say that about a lot of their positions.
They flop.
They flop bad.
And going back, I told y'all we're gonna have an hour on Kyle Pitts today. You can't tell me, other than Emmitt Smith, the last time a Florida Gator has been successful. Excuse me, Fred Taylor.
Emmitt Smith.
Who else?
The Pounceys. I give the Pounceys.
I'm not going to include them, but okay, whatever. That's 4, right?
Yeah. Other than that,
we got it's a receiver in there somewhere, ain't it?
Who?
Riley
Percy,
Jacquez Green and Rydell Anthony, but who, bro?
Percy for a little bit, but
yeah, for a little bit.
Percy had 2 good seasons.
Yeah, for a little bit.
But remember, he's in the same conversation as Peter Ward, though.
Come on.
Yeah, we did
Percy
that
had
one.
2 good seasons.
Anyway,
Percy had 2 good seasons.
That's it. Yeah.
He had 1 year where they was talking. There was 1 year they were talking about Percy being an MVP candidate for what? For what, bro?
Don't they have a safety?
No, I mean they had Reggie Nelson was solid for a little bit.
Matt Elam was solid for a little bit.
Todd, hold on. Let me highlight Todd Pope.
You saw him play with that broken leg?
Who cares? We talk about careers, man. We talk about careers. Travis, Percy who? Bingo. Come on, dog. What are we talking? Y'all gonna act like Percy had a career that's like
Joe Hayden? Joe Hayden had a solid career. I mean, maybe Joe Hayden.
The best corner that they put out.
Ever.
Keanu Neal.
Neal's Come on, man. Keanu Neal.
Who?
Stop.
Rayshon Jenkins is a backup to Derwin James, and the only reason he played is because Derwin got hurt. And Rayshon from Miami just got 4 years, $36 million from Jacksonville, right? Filling in for Derwin James. He's played more valuable football than Keanu Neal. Just let that marinate.
Yeah, Keanu Neal can.
Brandon Spikes.
Spikes had a solid career.
Compared to who?
I mean, compared to Florida. I mean, he played for the Patriots. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
He did.
Yeah.
So he was able to have a solid career.
But this is about having a pissing contest. I'm not saying.
Yeah, we can name a lot of solid careers. If you're talking about greats, you have Emmitt Smith, Fred Taylor, and I will put I always get the 2 mixed up, but specifically the Pouncey that played his entire career with the Steelers.
Right, Mike.
I don't know if that's Mike or Marquise.
I'm pretty sure it's Mike.
I think it's okay, Mike. Mike might be borderline Hall of Fame in the conversation.
We were talking about that with Leo. And
he might be borderline conversation Hall of Fame conversation, to be honest with you. Tay says Marquise plays for the Steelers.
So hold on. So your 2 best football players, offensive guys of all time from Florida, just hear me out loud, are Emmitt Smith, who's one of the best running backs ever,
and
Marquise Pouncey. Right?
I got Fred Taylor over Marquise.
I'm just saying they're both going to be in the Hall, right? Okay. Who else? You said Fred.
Mayan says Ike Hilliard.
Bro, no.
I mean, the numbers are. If that's his numbers, that's not bad.
That's a solid career, decent. Like
Yeah.
he said, decent career. That is
We're
decent.
talking about what this is stemming off of for Mr. Mayan King, right? Is
I think Mayan's just throwing a name out there. I don't think he's.
But what we're talking about though, Adrian, is you're a kid and you're picking a school, right? And I would admit that historically, Miami doesn't produce great DNs. Historically, we don't.
I mean, every school's got their weakness,
right?
Like if I was a tight end, I never even would consider FSU. To be honest with you, why would I ever consider FSU?
My son probably wouldn't go to Florida State because
if I was a tight end. I would not go to Florida State. Period.
Well, no. Your son playing guard, but that's a whole nother story.
Here we go with this shit.
But
hey.
But you continue in Dan Squatch. We could get into that top 10, 8 to 10 all time because that's a great conversation. But you continue to dig deeper. It's like
Dan Squatch was a college O lineman, by the way. George.
Shout out.
He right up your alley, bro.
I'll tell you
Dan Squatch love fat boy football, so he's right up your alley. I've had plenty of conversations with him.
I think he plays great football. I mean, when you have the ability, especially collegiately or at the NFL, if you're a center that can pull and be effective, is ridiculous to say that out loud, right? Pouncey's one of them dudes. He's one of the best ever, right? Top 8, top 10. There's a lot of great centers in football history. There's a ton of them. So that's a tough conversation, right? But again, we talk about Florida, right? And Buddy said, Lorenzo said they all reaching because they are.
They are. Lorenzo, yeah, they are.
Talk about Florida. Like, man, we got, and this is, I'm a Miami fan, so I'm going to be biased, right? If we talking receivers, name one Florida receiver that's better than Andre Johnson or Reggie Wayne.
You can't.
Or Santana Moss.
You can't.
Right?
Wow.
So I didn't even say Michael Irvin.
You didn't even say that. Yeah. You didn't even say the guy, right?
Florida State. Name one receiver to come out of Florida that's better than Anquan Bolden.
You can't.
No.
Hell, okay. I would argue you can't name a receiver at Florida that had a better NFL career than Lavernius Coles.
I didn't even say Lavernius. That's crazy.
And Lavernius was good in the NFL, but he wasn't great.
You have this history, and this is what makes me nervous about Kyle Pitts. Aside from everything we've talked about, like he doesn't run great routes, right? For a dude built like him, receivers are built like him now, right? Not an impact blocker, none of that. But you have that Florida Gator stigma of we're going to draft him in the first round, and then we're going to regret it. That's a Florida football thing, more so than any other school in Florida. Florida Gators busted NFL. That's a fact, bro. That is a fact, bro. That's a fact, bro. Vernon Hargraves goes to Tampa at what? 10 overall?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Or 11?
It was 10.
Something like that?
It was 10. I think it was 10.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was 10.
Too high.
Jalen Ramsey goes at 4th. CJ Henderson just went at 9 overall to Jacksonville.
How did that go?
You seen him roll his eyes. That's the conversation, bro. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
You know, they have that DBU conversation all the time. And then there's one school that does not belong in that, like LSU.
Why?
Okay, sure. Ohio State, yeah, sure. At least I'll give Florida this. Yes, your guys do get drafted.
Right, bro.
You cannot claim DBU when you can't even name a one Pro Bowler, Joe Hayden. You can name one Pro Bowler.
That's it.
Did LaMarcus Joyner make a Pro Bowl?
Maybe.
I think when he was with the Rams originally, I feel like he did.
Yeah, he made one.
I feel like.
I mean, and LaMarcus Joyner isn't even looked at as like one of our top DBs.
No.
Like he might not be a top 10.
But I mean, you're talking
Florida State.
Florida State. When you talk DB, you're talking Crow, talking T-Buck, who should be in the Hall of Fame. If we're just going off of pure numbers.
LeRoy Butler.
You guys froze up. Terrence froze up. Okay, Jerg is.
I'm here.
Okay.
It seems smooth to me.
I think T-Buck is like the only DB in NFL history with like 65 interceptions and not in the Hall of Fame.
Javon Walker was better than any. Todd just said Javon Walker was better than
Javon
any.
Walker had one. I think I'd mentioned Javon Walker again. He had a
he played
1,000-yard
with Brett
season,
Favre, right?
yeah.
He played with Brett Favre in Green Bay, right?
Yeah,
right. I'm just saying, man. Like we gotta temper our expectation if we talk about Florida Gators, man. Like I just don't be seeing.
Who's the guy? Like you said, who's the guy who's ever came out of that university outside of maybe 2 guys, 3?
But even Emmett was a workhorse. Marquise was a workhorse. Like you're talking all-time running backs. I know Emmett got the yards, but
I got a question for you, Jared. You taking Marquise or Rodney Hudson for your starting center?
You want me to tell you something?
I think that's a great debate.
I'm a big fan of the Pouncey brothers, period.
Right.
So I would take them, but I will say this: Rodney is going to go down as one of the most underrated offensive linemen you've ever seen because of where he played and when he played. Right? His position isn't really respected in today's game. Number one, right? And most of his career has been spent outside of the East Coast market on a smaller team, right? So there you go. I
saw a crazy stat that said Rodney hasn't given up a sack in like 3 years at center.
I've seen more of Pouncey. And again, something I mentioned.
And I think we've seen more of the Pounceys because one's played for the Steelers his entire career. So he was constantly in the playoffs.
They got big mouths.
Yeah, the other one played for the Dolphins.
They're loud.
But then again, Pouncey blocked for Le'Veon
But
Bell.
I'm with you though. I like the Pounce. I've always
I like it.
I played Pop Warner with those guys. So
yeah, no, I like Rodney too, man. I think Rodney's a monster.
And it was so crazy watching those guys grow.
Yeah,
They were like my size, and then in the off season came, they got to Lakeland, and you were like, "What the fuck are these kids? These motherfuckers turned into giants overnight."
A couple hamburgers later,
bro, it was crazy.
Yeah,
that whole time I was in high school was crazy with the Pounceys and Rainey, and it was really crazy at that time.
Let me throw something out because this goes back way early, right? And it just crossed my mind again. What's her name? I think it was Priscilla early.
Priscilla did mention something. Yeah, we completely got. If you're still here, Priscilla.
Yes, shout out Priscilla. But
shout out. Yeah, there it is.
You don't believe Trevor. We talked about Trevor going into the draft, and I don't think he's as good as Andrew Luck. That was my comment. I know Terrence isn't an Andrew Luck fan, right?
He's not as good as Andrew Luck,
right? But Terrence. Trevor's not that good. He's not Andrew Luck, right? So I really want to be like, what is Trevor Lawrence really? At the end of the day, who is he really? You know what I mean? Like the level of Andrew Luck walked in, coach picked number 1 overall, and the next year they were a playoff team. We can't take that away.
I think that's my problem with Trevor is it's very hard for me to gauge how good is he exactly. Because this isn't a situation, for instance, okay, I'm biased. But we saw the exact same Florida State team lose to NC State with EJ Manuel, lose a 17-point lead, and they lost that game with EJ Manuel. We saw that. When we saw Jameis take damn near the same exact team, not only did he go undefeated, he was blowing everybody off the map.
Sure.
Putting up 40, 50.
Why do I say that? I saw Deshaun Watson already lead Clemson to a championship. Okay, we were all pretty high on Deshaun Watson coming out of college. I saw Deshaun Watson do that. I don't know how much Trevor Lawrence is. Trevor Lawrence just another cog in the wheel, as I like to say, or is he actually a big difference maker? Kelly Bryant was leading that Clemson team.
Weren't they undefeated all the way to the national championship?
Kelly Bryant saved their undefeated season.
They were losing to Texas A&M with Trevor in the game,
and Bryant
in the game,
and he won that game. So my thing is like, I don't really know how good is Trevor Lawrence. Just a product of the elite talent, which Dabo recruited some elite talent. Is he just a product? Yeah, he's just a product of that around him. That's my problem with really trying to gauge how good, because I do think the kid has arm talent. I'm not gonna lie. I think Trevor Lawrence throws a damn good football, and he's got a big arm.
Is it that much better than Justin Fields?
No,
it's not.
I think they're on.
And we saw that, but we saw that we saw that they were equals in the 11.
Well, hold on. Did you see Justin Fields' pro day? He throws 2 passes on bootlegs where he squares his shoulders. Honestly, in a millisecond, it doesn't look like a stage. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, they'll run pro days and you'll see the right-handed quarterbacks roll left and you see them gradually take their shoulders over, then square their feet, run to the line of scrimmage and launch it. I saw Justin Fields not square his feet, roll into the left side and throw a ball 55 yards downfield. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not. He had a. Oh man, who they play before? They played Clemson before the national title, right? Didn't he throw a ball 60 yards in the air on the money? Wasn't that Justin Fields?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, I man, we saw a lot, and we was talking about Clemson earlier, Adrian. Clemson does a lot of window dressing. Shout out to Chad Morris for bringing that system over.
Right? He was the one who started that. He would literally run the same play 5 times in a row, just 5 different formations.
5 in a whole bunch of a
whole bunch of motion and all that. Yep.
But you know where that comes from? That comes from Gus Malzahn. Chad Morris learned from Gus Malzahn, brought that offense to Texas, won all his games, made all his money, went to Clemson. Obviously, that's what we run at Miami now. And I've been saying it for years. You got to tap into that system. That system, man, it's goodness. If that system's humming, bro, it makes a lot of people look much better than they really are. A whole lot, man. It's a crazy system. But
my problem this is off topic, but my problem with Gus really seems like he needs a specific quarterback. Because outside of 2 guys, he's had some talented teams that really never lived up to what they should have been.
They got
outside of Cam,
Nick Marshall.
Nick Marshall. That's it.
The corner.
And he was a corner, right? And you transitioned him over to quarterback, and obviously that worked. But because I remember they were building that one dude as he was supposed to be the greatest college football player of all time.
Old boy was really excited about him. Was his last name Johnson or
Johnson? Last name was Johnson. I don't remember his first name.
He was supposed to be that dude. He's supposed to be the next Cam.
But he was supposed to be the next.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He was supposed to be
Taylor used to talk about him.
Yeah, Taylor used to be hype about this.
Cam Newton times 2. Like, this guy was supposed to be throw for 4,000, run for 3,000, like just crazy.
Was it Jermaine? Was it Jermaine?
Was it Jermaine Johnson? It might have been Jermaine Johnson. It might be his name. It was Jay Johnson. I know that. I don't remember his first name. And that guy was a complete failure.
Yeah, he was. I don't know, man. I just don't see it with Trevor. Like, but I like Urban. I like what Jacksonville's doing, but I just don't see I don't see Trevor walking on the field and it's like, hey, y'all, follow me. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Luck.
He doesn't want to play there.
What's that?
Is it true he doesn't want to play in Jacksonville, or was that like an April Fool's thing?
I think it was an April Fool's.
It was an April Fool's thing, but
yeah. I don't have a lot of love for him, but that was a good talking point earlier, man. Like, I just don't see it. Like, so here goes Tyler, right? Nothing he's done at Clemson will make me think he won't be successful. But like, what has he done at Clemson to make you say he earned the number 1 selection? Nothing.
He's not the clear-cut number 1 guy to me.
He's just another Clemson guy.
Because
that's what he's become.
I have a real problem with the quarterbacks this year. I really can't pinpoint a number 1 guy personally.
My guys Fields, but I could see anybody picking somebody else.
And even
it's not Wilson.
Does Fields have talent? Sure. Do I think would I take the number 1 pick on Fields? Probably not, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know if I know quarterback is
But we're going to see 5 quarterbacks
to,
go in the top 10.
It's better to take, especially ever since they changed the rule. Because I remember it used to be a death sentence to
$100 million quarterback.
Yeah, it used to be a death sentence.
Oh. It used to be what 70 million is what Stafford went for.
Yeah, it used to be a death. It used
what
to
did
be.
Jamarcus get?
Jamarcus got a crazy amount of money. It used to be if you chose the wrong quarterback early, you were screwed for the next 4 or 5 years.
Wait, hold on real quick.
Dan was upset about that.
I got a question for Dan. Dan, he said his ceiling is absolutely high. Is he talking about Trevor or Justin?
I think
I'm not sure.
mobility.
Who are you talking about, Dan? But I just have a really hard time judging any of these guys.
You have Trey Lance.
Yeah, you got this Trey Lance. You got Mac Jones.
So here's my thing: if you're Jacksonville, what do you do round 1?
You still got Kyle Trask.
Number 1 pick. What are you doing?
This is Terrence. Terrence, I'm gonna tell you this because I like to be consistent, and I told it to y'all in the chat, and I told it to y'all when we drafted Jameis Winston. If the team is trash, I don't care who's at quarterback. Your team is probably still going to be trash, right?
I got you.
See, you're a Minshew guy.
But he hasn't played bad football, number 1. And number 2, he played on a trash football team, right? So if you told me, same thing with New York Jets, this isn't going to happen for anybody in the chat. This isn't going to happen. Trevor's going to go number 1. Zach Wilson's going to go number 2. And I'm going to use the Jets on Madden because they're going, you know what I'm saying? They're going to make Zach Wilson a guy, right? But why would you attach yourself to a quarterback that you're not sure can elevate your squad? Tampa Bay goes out and gets Tom Brady, right? Tampa Bay gets Tom Brady because they're confident he can upgrade the squad. Are we in agreement on that, Adrian?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Do you know right now for sure that Trevor is going to upgrade your quarterback position?
I will say this. I will say if I'm Urban and I'm having any doubts, I don't take him. Mm-hmm. If he's 100% sold, okay, go for it. Go for it. Your career is going to be tied to Trevor Lawrence if you take that risk, but whatever, go for it. But I think if you're having any doubts, it would probably serve you better in a team in Jacksonville where think about this. They had Calais Campbell at one point. Mm-hmm. They had Jalen Ramsey at one point. Like, they've lost every little bit of talent they had. Maybe it would be smart for them to trade back.
This is all I'm saying.
Maybe because you're not gonna. It's not like okay. Let's say Trevor Lawrence. Let's say he is the guy. What's he gonna do with that team and that supporting cast? You're still not winning more than 4 games next year.
Jacksonville is the 3rd best team in the division for at least 2 years.
So at least you trade back, you build that roster, and maybe the guy comes along in the next draft or the next. I think either way you're taking the risk.
There's nobody next year.
Y'all got
yet. We don't know that yet.
Hold on. Jacksonville got to an AFC championship in spite of Blake Bortles.
With Blake Bortles, right. If you build out the team around him, you can do some things.
And that's where I came from years ago, right? Terrence didn't understand me then. You probably didn't either. But it's not about Jameis as much as it was about the team is trash. Like, there was nothing aside from Mike Evans. If you looked at that Tampa roster back then, who was good on it? Nobody, right? And then you look at this Jacksonville squad. Who's a good player on Jacksonville right now? Miles Jack. You know what I'm saying? DJ Chark.
They got rid of all their good guys.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Like, take number 1 and get dudes now who can show you whether or not they can play football at a high level. You know what I mean? Do that, figure that out, and then say, okay, now I'm going to go all in with the quarterback. Because it's just this obsession with quarterbacks amazes me. It's crazy to me. Like, I get it, but in the NFL, I also don't get it. Because y'all should have some proof by now to show, like, no, look, Is Trevor Lawrence going to be Dan Marino to this team?
No. By
So
the way, Dan, no, Howell's not that guy. But
I don't think anybody thinks that Sam Howell is that guy. Sorry,
no, he's not that guy. So we're just really quick. I just wanted to address that. But continue, Jared.
But no, I'm just saying, like we get hyped up in this quarterback. You know what I'm saying? There's a team right now. Let's say it's San Francisco. They're at number 3, right, Adrian? If San Francisco was to get to number 1 and they got Trevor Lawrence, would Trevor Lawrence look like Joe Montana? Probably, because he's going to go to a team that has everything. You know, but this man's going to go to Jacksonville and do what exactly? Like, who are you going to be? The Texans, and that's it.
I also want to say this. Like, you talked about how Andrew Luck walked into Indianapolis and they went from, being nobody to, hey, they're a playoff team. That team, I want to be really, I don't want to be fair. I want to be fair. They're not as bad as people made them out to be. Peyton Manning had that team. They were built around having a quarterback who knew how to distribute the ball appropriately.
Yeah, but the team that Peyton had wasn't the team that Luck eventually took to the playoffs.
Well, but time out, because Terrence, I get what you're saying, but what Luck did is what Peyton would have done, which is 12-4 or 11-5.
So you're saying he came in at Peyton level right away?
He had a Peyton level impact. You can't argue that. So we're gonna talk quarterbacks today, right?
I want to address John White, but go ahead, Terrence. Jared.
Andrew Luck, Russell Wilson, and I'll address John at the end of this. Okay. Andrew Luck, Russell Wilson. There's no doubt in my mind that the better quarterback is Andrew Luck. There's no question in my mind. Because Russell Wilson would not walk into that team in Indianapolis and get them into the playoffs next year. However,
what about RG3?
RG3. But you know how I feel about air raid quarterbacks, running gun quarterbacks.
Right.
I don't trust them.
He's a bad Dan Snyder away from not Dan Snyder. What's his name?
Shanahan.
He's a bad Shanahan decision away from having a really successful career.
But Shanahan coached him too, which is part of my problem, right? But you look at Robert Griffin III, and what could he do well? Throw the deep ball. That's it, right? Andrew Luck played for a 1-15 football team with no coaching, no GM. We all know about the coach GM, right? Right? He had no talent around him. You guys know that too. And he made that team competitive starting the very next day. Didn't they come back and beat an Andy Reid Chiefs team in the playoffs that year? Wasn't that the year?
He won a playoff game his first year? That's impressive.
Wasn't it that year? Where it was down he's like 21 or something like that. Somebody could look that up, right? To John White's point, Adrian, your team's trash if you don't have a quarterback, right? Let's start asking a couple questions.
No, he made another point that I wanted to talk. He said this. He said Dallas took Aikman number 1, and 4 years later won a Super Bowl.
Man,
right. I think I see Terrence laughing. I see Jerk's face. Like, I think everybody knows that when you talk about that Dallas run in the 90s, I don't want to say Aikman's the last name that comes up, but
I can name at least 7 players better than Troy Aikman on that team.
Come on.
Minimum.
Wasn't Larry Allen on that team?
Larry Allen was probably the best football player on that team.
That whole offensive line.
The whole line.
That O-line had Larry Allen. Then wasn't Nate Newton on that team?
Nate Newton.
Wasn't Playmaker on that team?
Michael Irvin.
Yes,
Smith. And I'm not the huge.
You didn't even got to the defense yet. You didn't even got to the defense yet. Prime time.
Harvey. Not Harvey. Lord Jesus. My guy.
Nobody's doubting Troy Aikman was a good quarterback. But
hold on. So Dan
taking Troy wasn't the reason why They won.
Maybe it was that trade of Herschel Walker. That's the reason why they won to.
I don't know. But go ahead, Joe. You about to address Dan?
I'm looking at a couple of points, right? So Tyler's saying it's a pretty easy argument to make that Trevor Lawrence won't be the Dan Marino type QB, but sheer odds, you're probably right. So that's the point, though, Tyler. Is if it's harder to pick a quarterback than any other position, and my roster is terrible, why wouldn't I pick positions that make the football team better? Because you're looking at, again, in recent history, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, for example. I'm just going to use them because that's my team. Tampa Bay built a roster in spite of their quarterback play. They were able to add a quarterback, and they won a Super Bowl. I do not think Matt Stafford is Tom Brady. Nobody does. But the Rams upgraded their quarterback position after they built a phenomenal roster. Everybody can agree with that, right? The Rams have one of the best rosters in football, top to bottom, no question, especially that defense, right? The point is that unless I know you're Peyton Manning, and nobody can tell me that they can look at a guy and tell that he's Peyton Manning, right? Or tell that he's Dan Marino. Unless I know that for a fact, why am I putting all my eggs in that basket?
I think to the point that you're making is when you look at the quarterbacks in recent years, I'm doing all this off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
How many guys, there have been obviously a lot more bust than successes, but I think when you look at, for instance, Aaron Rodgers went to a ready-made franchise.
Loaded.
So did Pat Mahomes.
Right.
I bring up those two guys because those have been probably the two best quarterbacks we've seen in the last 15 years.
Correct. Russell Wilson.
Okay, even Russell, but he wasn't a first-round pick, so I didn't bring up Russ.
Fair.
A team didn't spend a first-round pick on him.
Fair.
Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston, Jake Locker. I saw somebody bring his name up.
Jake Locker. Oh my God.
Christian Ponder. I'm bringing up these guys because these guys went to teams that weren't talented at all.
Mm-hmm.
To Jurg's point, maybe if teams start rethinking the draft, it's kind of interesting that the successful quarterbacks went to ready-made franchises.
I think we need
the guys that you asked to come in and be the franchise savior. Almost all of them failed except for Luck. And maybe RG3, obviously, that's different if his knee holds up, but we don't know.
But you say
outside of Luck, who was the first round type of guy who saved the franchise?
Nobody.
And Terrence, to Terrence's point, he feels like Indy was more talented than people are giving credit for. So you can have that debate all day, but
you look at Peyton Manning. We'll talk about Peyton Manning in Indianapolis. How many years did it take for him to win the Super Bowl? 9 years.
He threw like 25 interceptions his first year, right?
Right. It took 9 years. It took Tony Dungy bringing in a defensive system that wasn't a cap-heavy system in terms of talent needed, right? It took all of those things for Peyton Manning to win a Super Bowl. In addition to Bob Sanders at the time being a top 3 safety in football, who was
Bob Sanders is what set him over the top.
Set him over.
He was supposed to be Defensive Player of the Year that year, right?
Bob Sanders.
I think he was Defensive Player of the Year that year.
Bob Sanders and Vinatieri. Don't forget Vinatieri. The Vinatieri edition was huge for him. But you can't. How are you going to build a franchise by saying, I'm going to build around a guy that I know I have to pay big money to? But what happened really good in Cleveland with Baker Mayfield, y'all know I don't like Baker, because I don't think Baker's that talented. I never thought he was that talented. I'm just being honest. Mm-hmm. What happened in Cleveland this year, people say, oh, well, they brought in Stefanski as the head coach, whatever. What really happened in Cleveland is that they hired Bill Callahan, the best offensive line coach in NFL history, and they pounded the shit out of the football. That team got better in spite of Baker Mayfield, right? So maybe you can say Baker.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt watching the Browns. I feel like the team as a whole got better. And I know it sounds like we're just hating on guys. We're picking and choosing guys to hate on. I just felt like when I watched the Browns were carrying Baker Mayfield, not the other way around.
So Lorenzo, you said Peyton. It took 4 years for Peyton not to look like a bust, but I think year 2, bro, they went 13-3 and he threw for 26 touchdowns and 15 INTs.
He fell back though. I know he backtracked.
Yeah. Like 2 years later, he backtracked, but his third year, he led the league in touchdowns. He had a bad season in year 4, but he was progressing the way that everybody thought he was.
Mm-hmm.
So year 4, they had a bad season, but I'm looking at it after that, he ran off like 10 straight. Well, he never had a single-digit win season.
Right. Can I jump in real quick because Dan is making some good points in there, right? And so is Tyler. So real quick, the core of the conversation: you don't believe that Trevor Lawrence will live up to the hype. I don't. I'm telling you that right now. I do not. Sorry, but
He's not Peyton. He's not Andrew Luck.
If you go,
he's not that guy.
Tyler, if you want to go, if you're a numbers guy, Tyler, look at Andrew Luck's last year at Clemson, and remember, Clemson is a single gap power football running team.
Stanford, okay.
Stanford, right? Andrew Luck played with no NFL caliber receivers, not one, not an NFL caliber tight end.
I agree with you there.
And he was a dog, right? Remember Stanford versus Virginia Tech when Tyrod Taylor lit him up? He was a dog in that game. No talent around him, right? Trevor Lawrence at Clemson. Our last outing of Trevor Lawrence is maybe his equivalent to what did Clemson just lose by? So didn't they get blown out by Ohio State? Right?
Yeah, they got dog wall.
So, and I hate to bring this up in the FSU channel, but what happened to Jameis his last outing? That's what that felt like, right? I'm just being real, right? You can't tell me that you're this transcendent talent and you get mushed in a college football playoff. You just can't do that. You can't.
He's 25-1 though. James is 25-1.
And Trevor's what, 20-something-2 now?
And what nobody ever said Jameis was a transcendent talent. Nobody thought he was.
But what I'm saying, but that's the hype surrounding Trevor though, Terrence. You agree with that?
I agree with that.
That he's a transcendent talent, that he's the best quarterback, whatever, right? Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. I don't see that. I saw Andrew Luck play with the Clemson team in which nobody was built to catch passes downfield, and somehow he was one of the best quarterbacks in the country.
Stanford.
I think
Tyler, real quick. Ken Dorsey has one of the best records in the history of college football as a starter.
Didn't he go 7th round?
Throw the record out the picture, right? Ken Dorsey was a gamer who took us down to the last snap against Ohio State. Trevor's last game was a blowout with all that Clemson talent. It was a blowout, bro. There's no getting around with that. John, GMs don't have to.
That don't mean they right, bro. We've sat here. I promise you, and I'm not going to sit here and say we're the brightest men in the building,
not at all,
on the planet when it comes to football. But I've sat here with these guys, and we picked out these busts that you just don't understand how GMs don't see it.
I don't know. To me, this looks like, because I keep going back to how I feel like Deshaun Watson was the catalyst for this Clemson program, and Trevor just kind of inherited stuff. And to me, this just looks like Carson Palmer and Matt Leinart all over again.
And let me be clear. Nobody is saying Trevor Lawrence is going to be a bust. I want to fix what I said earlier. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust. I'm saying he's not about to change an entire team.
Hold on, man.
That's not a fair comparison, John White. But
hold on. Let me get at both of those things, right? John, unless you are, how old are we? I'm 32.
I'll be 33 the 11th.
34.
Okay. I'm 33 in August. Terrence, you 47, right?
And I look the youngest. Ain't that a bitch?
Which is a lie, but whatever.
You just gotta shave your. I got more hair than both of y'all.
Stop.
I have to keep my hair cut. That's why, because I have to keep my hair cut.
So I'm gonna go into this real quick. John, unless you are above the age of 45, please let's not talk about what somebody said about Tom Brady when he came out of college, because you couldn't see it. That's not fair to the conversation. Now, what I saw as an adult, right, albeit I was 18, 19, I saw Russell Wilson play football at NC State. And I knew Russell Wilson was an absolute dog.
And
I
then
knew the
with
only
Wisconsin,
reason nobody liked Russell is because he was 5'11". I saw Russell pass for almost 500 yards on Miami, and he dogged us. I mean, it wasn't even close, okay? I knew Russell was legit. So let's talk about things that are, you know what I'm saying, that we can all relate to, right? To Dan's point, right? And Dan, shout out to you because offensive lineman, defensive lineman, best athletes on the field. Nobody ever forget it. That Clemson's offense was anemic. Who led the offense? This transcendent quarterback that's supposed to be the best quarterback prospect since John Elway led that offense, and the offense was anemic.
Can you say that about any FSU offense that Jameis led?
But no, I can't. But just hear yourself.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Hear yourself saying that out loud, bro. Like that sounds ridiculous, right? Somewhere between Aaron Rodgers and Jake Lockhart. I would say it's somewhere between.
That's a huge gap, though. Like
what?
Like, I don't know if you're really making a prediction by saying this guy's somewhere between
I think that's
Deshaun Kaiser and Pat Mahomes. Okay. Like, yeah.
All right.
So let's say this. If Chad Henne is the floor of a Trevor Lawrence, I'd say Chad Henne, right? I'd even say, let's say Ryan Fitzpatrick.
You go,
right?
Pedro.
Let's say Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Pedro Serrano.
Let's just say that, right?
I'm sorry, bro. Like,
I know who you talk about, but make sure you say, instead of Pedro Serrano, make sure you say handsome after that. But that's cool to me, right?
Oh man.
But if you're gonna say his floor, I would say Chad Henne, which is I'm an NFL starter. I can jump in, I can play games, I can be effective, right? Is his ceiling really Aaron Rodgers type special?
I don't think his floor is that bad.
But let's talk. But
quarterbacks are so hard. But
Adrian, Chad Henne started NFL football games.
Yeah, I get it.
That's what I'm saying. So, but
his floor is Ryan Tannehill right now.
No,
I think so.
No,
I don't think he's any worse than Ryan Tannehill.
As of today, maybe.
Like who Ryan Tannehill is playing right now. Like how he's played the past couple of years.
So he could, you know, I'd agree with that because if he was on the Tennessee Titans, they'd be a playoff team. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Man, Dan Squatch, you said a name that
Ryan Mallett.
It really that clicks with me because Mallett was a lot of the things people said about Ryan Mallett coming out was what they said about Trevor Lawrence. Now he didn't have the success, but I'm just talking about measurables. You're talking about two guys; they were both like 6'6". I don't know that
Who
name
was in that class with Ryan Mallett that they
that
compared?
name clicks for me.
Can I
the reason I say that because you put Trevor Lawrence on Arkansas, he has a career similar to Ryan Mallett.
Probably not as good. I'm just throwing that out there. Probably not as good. Y'all got to give Ryan credit. Didn't they beat Ohio State in the Sugar Bowl that year?
Right. That Arkansas team was actually competitive, very competitive under Ryan Mallett. Matter of fact, I think they may have won 10, 11 games with Ryan Mallett.
That was the Cam Newton class. So Ryan Mallett was in that Cam Newton class.
Oh, he was.
And Locker.
Hold on real quick, right? Andrew Luck, who played for a no-talent having Stanford team. This is an academic school
I think
in the Bay Area in California, right? Andrew Luck's best season, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 3,500 passing yards, right? Trevor Lawrence's best season, 2 years ago at Clemson, 2019, 3,600 passing yards, 36 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and he did it in 15 games. 15 games. Luck did it in 13. Luck completed 70% of his passes for his last 2 years in college, bro. Don't talk to me about Trevor to Luck, bro. Don't do that. I hate to go back to that, bro, but That's not fair to Andrew Luck, dog. It's just like we was talking about Kyle Pitts. We're gonna talk about Kyle Pitts all night tonight. You can't talk to me about Kyle Pitts until you talk to me about Jamar Chase being the best damn thing to the wide receivers position since sliced bread. You can't talk to me
we
about
saying? I want to come back to that because you've been beating the Jamar Chase drum, and I really like him.
Dog, bro.
That's your guy, like best prospect in
who's the best part in
draft?
this draft?
Is that for you?
Jamar Chase is the cleanest prospect in this draft because, and I'm saying it like that for this reason, right? It wouldn't surprise me, and I'm not being a homer, but we saw the measurables when we last talked on Gregory Rousseau, right? It wouldn't surprise me if a guy like Rousseau or Penei Sewell, right, ended up having the best careers out of anybody in this draft.
Rousseau's 40 time kind of bothered me. I thought
he's not an edge rusher. Don't let I'm sound like a political activist, but don't let the media fool you. He's not an edge rusher.
I just thought he.
Not at 6'7", 265.
Maybe
if he ran. Go ahead.
No, because maybe it's a little bias here. I thought first off, I thought he was Haitian. I don't know if that's wrong or not, but and I thought he was just one of those guys that were moving, and maybe I just picked that up off wrong, but I thought he, and then watching him play, he plays fast. He gets there. He closes.
Yeah. But that closing speed you see is in short space, right?
True.
You don't see it over distance. So what would be more interesting is to see his 10-yard split. But I'm gonna get into something with my man here, right? Me and Dan gonna be best
Jefferson.
friends. Listen, I saw Justin Jefferson live when they played Miami, and he is a monster. Unless you play Miami here in Dallas, I was able to go see that game. He's a monster. Okay. Do y'all forget that Jamar Chase walked in and took Jefferson's lunch at LSU? Jefferson was clearly the number one receiver the year before. And Chase walked in and said, no, I'm going to take all of that. And
I need some targets.
Hold on. And then, this is Adrian's favorite topic. Jamar Chase versus Clemson is a highlight reel for every high school wide receiver for the next 30 years. I'm going to put that out there. What Jamar Chase did versus A.J. Terrell, who's a first-round draft pick in the NFL.
Bless his heart.
Is the most absurd whipping I've ever seen in my life.
How did A.J. Terrell?
I don't know how he still went. I don't know how he still went first round after that game. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, imagine being so good that you could beat a dude like that and he still goes first round. You think about that, bro. You think about that, bro.
Who drafted him? Who drafted AJ Terrell?
Falcons.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
Didn't he run a 4.3 though?
Did he?
4.38.
Because he damn sure didn't run a 4.3 in that game chasing Chase's ass.
Chase was out there running 4.2s, man.
He had to be. Chase was running a 4.1 because he was blowing him off the line every time.
He out there running Deion Sanders times, man.
Man.
But when we talk about the number one, when we talk about the number one guy, this season might have messed me up. I can't think of a number one guy right now. I would have to go back and really look at tape, and I don't know if I have a number one prospect.
I'll hang my hat on this. I'll probably never pick a receiver number one in the draft as much as I love Chase. Who
was the last receiver to go number one?
Overall?
Calvin went number 2. Was there a receiver?
Yeah, but no, we're just talking about the best guy in the draft.
No, yeah, I'm just talking about who's the number one prospect in the draft.
Dan, hold on, Dan. Hold on.
What, Dan? I'm more confident in the production and the trajectory of Jefferson's career after 1 year than I am with
Dan.
What? That's
Dan. Let me talk to you. Dan, Justin Jefferson had 111 catches at LSU playing slot receiver, right? Compared to Chase's 84. Those 84 catches was 21 yards a catch from Jamar Chase, okay? Which is ridiculous in today's game because people cover better, right? Justin Jefferson walked into Minnesota, took the Stephon Diggs spot, and solidified himself as the number one when Stephon Diggs couldn't. Jamar Chase is better than him. There's no conversation to be had. If you look at measurables, he's a better athlete. He's a better receiver. He did better against better talent. This isn't even a conversation at this point. This isn't even a conversation at this point. And that's all due respect to you. I'm not trying to talk down to you or nothing like that. But that is crazy to me. Crazy to me.
By the way, Jeff, I don't think I'm not going to outright say Jefferson's better than Diggs. We saw what Diggs did do when he got to Buffalo. I mean, we said Jefferson's better than Diggs.
But listen, what I'm saying is that when Diggs was in Minnesota, it was a conversation as to who was the number one. And guess who they let walk? Who they let walk?
And does that make it right?
But who they let walk though, based on the data they had in front of them?
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. That doesn't mean they were right.
But again, based on what they had in front of them, though, T. And then they brought in the kid, 23rd pick, when he shouldn't have been there. And he clearly is the number one receiver on that squad. Clearly. There's no question.
Did Thielen deal with injuries or no? No.
My understanding was
I think he was hurt. Wasn't he hurt a little bit?
Thielen had some injuries, so I think that was a factor. But I get what you're saying. Jefferson definitely stepped up. He stepped up. He played.
So we're talking. Who's your top? Let's do it. Who's your top 3 QBs in the draft?
I'm gonna go with. And look, guys. As much of this, what you guys are going to perceive as Trevor Lawrence bashing. I'm not bashing him. I just don't think he's what people say he is, right? I think Trevor Lawrence is the safest pick in the draft at the quarterback position. Justin Fields is going to have the highest upside at the quarterback position. Hope he plays for Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. I really, really do hope he does. That third quarterback, I'm going to tell you all this. I don't have a pick yet. Because I don't think that it's Lance. I don't think that it's Trask. I don't think that it's Mac Jones. I think it's somebody.
You know who?
What about Wilson?
Hold on. You know who I think has a? You said Trevor Lawrence has the highest. Not Trevor Lawrence. You said Justin Fields has the highest ceiling. Justin Fields has the highest ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched a little bit of this guy. This name I'm gonna say. And I feel like this guy right here is the biggest boom or bust prospect. I think he has a higher upside than Fields, but he could probably lose you your job if you pick him wrong. Mm-hmm. And that's Kellen Mond. I'm starting to get on this Kellen Mond bandwagon a little bit.
You want me to tell you why I disagree?
And it's more so off of the upside, but I am fully aware that if you draft Kellen Mond, mm-hmm. You are going to be fired if
you draft him round 2 or 3, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I'm talking about if you spend a first round pick on this kid.
No, you can't.
You can't like.
You got to be right then. You got to be right. Like you said, you got to be right. If you spend a round 1 on him, you got to be right. The other guys, you might get away with it.
You can draft Trevor Lawrence, be wrong, and no one's gonna hold it against you because like everybody in the chat is defending Trevor Lawrence. That's the consensus thought.
But that's what I said to y'all earlier, Adrian. Earlier, like maybe this month, is that the court of public opinion is going to draft Trevor Lawrence for Jacksonville.
Yes, because nobody wants to be the guy that didn't take him.
Right. So you can't. I'm not going to lose my job next year. Because I didn't draft Trevor. I'd rather say, he's still growing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I really do. Kellen Mond, you know how I feel about Jimbo's guys.
Yeah, I know.
I'll say this. I'm going to put Mac Jones at 3, and this is the only reason why I'm doing it. I don't even think I'm right. Just hear me out. Mac Jones is boring. He's super boring. Right? Mac Jones is so boring that he's going to take the snap, he's going to throw the ball, and somebody's going to catch it, and they're going to fall to the ground.
Almost reminds you of a certain guy, doesn't it?
Correct.
A certain Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And as I said in the chat, Adrian,
He almost reminds you of a certain.
Stop it, man.
no,
I'm
but
going to stop y'all there.
listen,
Like, no.
What separates? No, but what separates Mac Jones and Tom Brady?
I'm gonna be right back. This is gonna be
Man, all right. So for me,
I'm just talking about coming out of the draft, like not great athletes. I mean, we've all seen pictures of Mac Jones' body. He's like a chubby, like what?
He ran a 4.7, ain't it?
I don't know what he ran. I don't care what he ran. My point is, what separates him?
All right.
I'm not saying Mac. I'm not saying Mac. I know people are like, "Oh my God," he's saying Mac Jones is going to be Tom Brady. I'm not saying that, but I do think
bring that in.
I do think when you watch a guy like Mac Jones, this is a guy who. Well, I mean, we'll see at the next level if he has the elite decision making, right? But I think that's this man was able to spread the ball around to the likes of Waddle and Smith and these other guys that Alabama had. I don't know. I think
he had the best wide receivers outside of LSU.
Completely agree with you. And it's very hard to judge. I just think that I watched him against Ohio State just be a damn point guard out there.
It was beautiful.
You know what I'm saying?
But
and
he
it's like
also he had the superior.
He had the line. I get it. He had the offensive line. He had the running game. He had the receiver.
Najee was out there killing it.
I get it, man. I 100% agree. It's very hard for me with these quarterbacks. But
I agree with what Dan just said. I need to see, like, he did it in college. Tom Brady's work
There's a reason why Tom went 6. Nobody knew about his work habits.
But
Stop giving me his work
nobody
habits.
knows.
Stop giving me his work habits. Tom
I don't know
went
about heart, but
Tom went in the 6th round. Nobody knew a damn thing about work habits.
I wouldn't call what Tom Brady has heart. As I wouldn't define it as that, but his work habits and what he did.
We don't know how Mac Jones's brain.
Mac Jones is better than the 6th round pick.
We don't know how his brain is going to translate, but I don't know. I think it's an interesting.
Well, hold on. That's the thing. Tom Brady made a career off of what you can't measure. So you couldn't measure the work ethic. You couldn't measure the commitment to winning, because that's where all the money and stuff like that pays in. You can't interview for that. I'm just, the only reason I pick Mac Jones is again because of this. How many times have you guys seen a draft class where more than 2 quarterbacks have been quality starters? I'm waiting. Right?
83, wasn't it?
Is it going to be
the year that Eli and them guys came out? Eli, Ben, Phillip, the Deshaun Watson class with Pat Mahomes.
Only Pat and Deshaun though.
Right.
So go back. If you go back to that draft, Eli Manning draft, and before that, it would be
didn't Dan and John come out the same draft class, or am I wrong on that?
Right, and that's the other draft class where you saw 2 loaded QB classes. So all I'm saying is that the likelihood that third dude is actually going to be a starter and like good is slim. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just saying. I'm saying Mac Jones. At the end of the day, I can drop him in on a football team, and he's going to play football.
Yeah,
he's going to do the right things. That's all I'm talking about. I'm
with you.
Is he better than Gardner Minshew?
Huh?
Is he better than Gardner Minshew? Because that's what Gardner does to me.
Stop. Gardner makes plays. Don't do that. Do you realize who Gardner's played for?
Okay.
Who has he played with?
Honestly, don't know. I can't. When you said it, I had to think about it for a second. Like,
it breaks your heart, doesn't it? Gardner Minshew would have to score 42 points a game for the Jaguars to go 8-8 last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he supposed to do? Same thing with Trevor next year. I believe in Urban Meyer and his talent assessment, all of that. Trevor's going to have to score.
Yeah, but I don't know if I believe in Urban Meyer's philosophy at this level.
You think so?
I think he's a perfect college coach.
I think Urban.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see how he manages grown men. Let's put it like that. Because it's pretty well documented that he lost control of that Florida program.
So real quick though, Adrian.
So it's going to be very interesting.
Dan makes a good point about Mishnu, and this is something I said in a group with these old heads that talk about football in the 70s and stuff. I don't think I can have Trevor Lawrence and Gardner Minshew in the same locker room because I think people would like Minshew more than they would like Trevor Lawrence. I really believe that. I think a quarterback is a voice, right? And if Minshew has been leading me for 2 years, 3 years, whatever it's been, and I got to transfer to Trevor, how is Trevor going to win me over more than Gardner has? Because I know that Gardner got it out of the mud. I know Trevor didn't. This is the privileged kid. You see what I'm saying?
Ooh.
So I'm just saying, I really think they got to move Minshew if they take Lawrence. I really do. That just it leads to just a toxic environment for me, unless Mishnew's just that kind. But again, it's like, is it ever going to? You get what I'm saying though. You know, like it's so you guys have it at FSU right now. Everybody probably likes Jordan Travis.
Well, don't even go that far. Last year, James Blackman was a Seminole at heart. Everybody loved James Blackman, the kid. Everybody loved James Blackman.
He's a great kid.
Everybody loves James Blackman, the kid.
There you go.
So once he started taking snaps, you're like, oh God.
Yeah.
So you're about to go with Jordan Travis, but you don't even have to go with that. James Blackman was that guy you're talking about, where the thing with James is he never had any real competition.
But we also knew James Blackman just didn't have it.
Well,
nobody felt like we were going to win a lot of games.
Here's the problem with James. This is definitely off topic, but here's the problem with James. He was forced to play before he was supposed to because DeAndre got hurt. And Jimbo never had any competition for him. So, unfortunately, that was the problem with James. Before we continue, we're at 2 hours. How much longer do you guys have?
I got half an hour or so if you got it, bro.
You know me, I got it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you guys are good. I know last time we went like 4. I don't know if you want to do that again.
Yeah.
But, okay. Who's your top three backs
in the draft?
Yeah.
Just so you know, I'm good. I'm just waiting on somebody auntie to show up.
And your auntie coming through?
Definitely in mine. Hey, funny story. Terrence told me, he's like, "Oh, I'm cooking dinner for my uncle." He's in town. I was like, "Yeah, boy, I live right down the street." You know what I'm saying?
Before we jump into those 3 running backs, hey, we got to go see Chad and horse at Allen, bro.
You say,
yeah,
we got to go see that.
That's a done deal. When Chad Morris took the head coaching job at Allen High School, he's a Texas high school legend. We'll be there front row in that $20 million stadium, no question.
Beautiful. It's been, that's the one thing. Florida football players are better football players. We don't measure up when it comes to coaching and facilities.
I think there's some underrated Florida coaches, but I hear what you're saying. Like Jerk said, the money's not there.
The money's not. It's just nowhere near.
The money's not there.
So this is what I'm going to say, Adrian. You're talking about running backs, right?
And we don't have to spend too much time on running backs.
Yeah. So I
definitely want to get into those receivers. I definitely want to get into those.
I'll say this. I think it's a weak running back class. I'm just going.
I agree with you there.
And the only one that I think is worth mentioning for my money is Najee. That's the only one worth mentioning for my money.
Throw some names out there for me. So we know Najee. We know ETN. Who am I missing?
They say Javon.
We got the kid out of Oklahoma State. What's his name again? Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah. So look, Demetric Felton out of UCLA. He's giving me Darren Sproul vibes at 5'9", basically 5'10", 195.
Okay.
Khalil Herbert at Virginia Tech, speed demon. I'm pretty sure he's from Florida. I'm not sure. Let me check.
Wouldn't shock me.
I mean, if
But
he dies,
Where's the two North Carolina running backs? And I'm not trying to throw shade, but where are those guys slotted?
well, I think first of all, Terrence, you kick rocks.
I ain't even say nothing.
Javante, I think he's a third or fourth rounder. But like, so this is a weird class, right?
It is for the running backs for sure.
I think you can see Najee go top 50, but not first round, right?
So you don't think there's any first rounders?
I think Pittsburgh has to take him.
Reach.
I
No,
think
he's
somebody's
not.
gonna. I think
Why do they have to though?
They don't
have to.
But
You see what I'm saying? Like,
I
why do
think
you?
if not, they have to move up in the second to get him.
I'm gonna ask you again. Why do they have to do anything? You know what I'm
I
saying?
think it would be in their best interest. There we go. Maybe that's the best wording for it.
But again, is it in their best interest to use resources to get that guy? So you have Khalil Herbert that gives me Willie Parker vibes.
What
You know
pick
what I'm
does
saying?
Pitt have?
Ooh, 20-something.
Should they invest in a quarterback there, or should they wait on their quarterback? Because there's no time for that. That franchise needs to move on from Ben sooner or later, preferably sooner.
I think you can see a situation where Trey Lance falls. I think Trey Lance could be a Pittsburgh guy. I think he could be. But I don't think they should take running back in the first 2 rounds because I don't think it's worth it. Not right now. They still have trash corners. Let's call it what it is. They still got Devin Bush getting hurt at middle linebacker. If you can get
They got Fitzpatrick back there, don't they?
That's it.
Yeah.
You know, Hayden's getting old. I'm just saying, just throwing things out.
Yeah.
But look, I don't. I think it's Najee Harris, and I think you got a crowded field. I don't believe in Travis Etienne that much. You know that.
Yeah.
I don't believe in the North Carolina backs, and it's not because I'm salty, but your boy Phil Longo has been churning out 2,000-yard seasons in terms of running the football for years now. Why should this be something more than a product of their offensive system? You know what I mean? Like running backs, one of them things when you watch a guy tote the ball, you can see it.
You can see it. I agree.
You know what I mean? I don't see it like that. We had a talk. Y'all remember the draft where David Wilson, running back for Virginia Tech, goes first round to New York? This is a few years ago.
Yeah, right? And he fumbled like 4 times in his first 10 carries.
And I told people because David Wilson played against Miami because he went to VTech, and then we had a back door that year in Lamar Miller. And I was telling people, I said, Lamar Miller is going to be the best back in the class. He goes second round, late to the Dolphins, 20-something. And people was like, oh, you just being a hater, you a Miami fan, whatever. But I was right. Lamar looks like a running back. You know what I'm saying? That kid, David Wilson, didn't look like an NFL running back to me. So, I see Najee Harris. I don't see Etienne. Somebody like Khalil Herbert is going to come out and have a decent career. I don't know who.
Right.
I can't give you a solid 3. I can't give you a solid 3.
Okay, then let's go to wide receivers because there's a bunch of those to talk about.
Ooh.
And I feel like this is throw Kyle Pitts in this receiver mix.
He's not making my top 3.
Would he make your top 5?
No.
Okay, so
let's
talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
For my money, if there's no quarterbacks in the draft,
close my door.
If there's no quarterbacks in the draft, the number 1 player in my mind is going to have to be Jamar Chase, right? If there's no quarterback in the draft,
I think we can all agree with you on that.
I'm not even trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be nothing, you know what I mean? But
so here's what separates Chase from the Heisman winner?
Bro, this kid is 200 pounds at 6 foot. He runs as fast as the Heisman winner based on what we know. We know the 40 times are suspect, right? But they're within the same realm of speed. He bullies people. He bullies people in the short game. He bullies people down the field on the sidelines. He can run any route in the route tree. And to be honest, we've said it before, he looks like Anquan Bolden. He looks like Anquan Bolden that runs a 4.4.
If he's a faster Anquan, that's crazy.
That's a crazy combo.
They try to say that's what Kyle Pitts was.
I'm sorry, but
Antonio Cromartie, I follow him on Twitter, and he put this out earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get your take. He said the Jets at number 2 should take Waddle.
So Waddle,
yeah. He said Waddle. He said when he watches Waddle, Waddle is the most explosive wide receiver in the class, and the Jets should really consider taking Waddle number 2.
Damian Woody said that the Jets should take a target for Sam Darnold at 2, right? But this goes into that other conversation. Jets, if you can, trade back to 5 or trade back to 6 and then take the best available, because either way, he just needs help, right? Or anybody that plays quarterback there needs help, right?
Yeah.
But the story, if you talk to people who follow SEC football, is that Bama, even though they blew out Ohio State in the championship game, Bama was a better team when Jalen Waddle was on the field. That Jalen Waddle was actually truly the number 1.
Right. He was.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but again, you can't look at what Jamar. I always, Adrian, I know Clemson DBs ain't where it's at. You know that. But goddamn, what he did to AJ Terrell, bro. Like, I can never forget that. He abused AJ Terrell. He abused him, bro.
We were calling it out every single time.
Bro.
It was painful to watch.
I put it on Facebook. I'm like, well, somebody tell
somebody
Clemson
help this child.
Put a man over top. Like, what?
Help this child.
Venables. I know you got confidence in your DBs, but come on.
Hey, to Terrence's point, that's somebody's baby out there. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, on national TV.
Hey,
you look at Jamar Chase, and it's between Waddle and Smith. We don't know what Waddle's injury is because I'm not in the building. So
I was actually upset about that. That they
had no business playing him. They didn't. They didn't need it. I said it. I said it. You guys heard me say it. They had no business playing that dude.
But I'll say this. I'll say Smith second, just because he deserves his respect. Because Smith is D-Jax. To me, Smith is Deshaun Jackson, no question.
You got him like that type of game breaker.
I don't know. I don't think he's as explosive as.
I think he's a better route runner than D-Jax.
He's definitely a better route runner. He's more of a polished receiver.
Man, he's gonna get open downfield. I don't care what anybody says. He's gonna break.
Yeah, but I think that has a lot more to do with his route running than just being a burner.
But you're telling me that Deshaun couldn't run deep routes at a high level?
I mean, he could run that route, but I think like Smith's route tree is just.
But Smith is
small to make money.
But Smith is too small to make money. If Smith weighed 185 like Antonio Brown and had a little bit more strength to him, then you could talk about the whole route tree.
So how much he weigh?
170. Thank you. We'll move on. But he weighs 170.
Hey, fuck you, man.
Okay, so we got.
I get it. I get it.
So our top 3 are Chase, and in no specific order, Waddle and Smith.
I'll say this though, and I know we're anti-Florida. Kadarius Toney got that wiggle, and somebody's going to overdraft him.
Kadarius Toney can have a better career than Kyle Pitts.
I like Toney. I thought Toney was better than Pitts. When I watch, like you mentioned it earlier about running backs. When you watch a guy, you just go. When I watched Toney, I said, "Okay, that's a football player." I watched Toney and say, "That's a football player."
I'm a big Tutu fan. Atwell's like I think he's getting
lost.
Let's talk
about Tutu. He's a South Florida kid. Let's talk about Tutu. Where do we see Tutu? Is he a TY?
He shouldn't go past. He shouldn't. He's day 2 pick, more than likely second round.
So the biggest thing.
You take Tutu over Terry.
Tamarian, yeah.
You take Tutu over Terry? Okay.
Well, it depends on the offense and what you're looking for.
No, you take him over Terry, bro. You know that.
That's what he
I
said.
only say this. Only say it for this reason. If you got those guys already, and you need a physical receiver, and you do need that sometimes, you're gonna take Terry, bro.
So, but you're talking about my specific need. I'm talking about if I was to line up a football game right now, 7-on-7, and you had to pick between Terry and Atwell, you're picking Atwell. There's no question. He's better with the ball in his hands. He's going to get open more than Terry, and he's not going to cuss out the coach on the sideline. I know that.
Who Terry cussed out, man? I don't remember that, man.
Dugans.
Come on.
Did he deserve it? Tom Brady cuss out people.
Oh, God.
Tom Brady wins games.
Tom Brady got 7 of them things.
Come on.
He can cuss out who he want to cuss out.
Phillip Rivers ain't got none, and he be cussing out everybody.
And you hear the people talk about Phillip Rivers. Not a lot of people like him in the league.
Hey, Jay Cutler used to.
That's another guy that not a lot of people like.
But look,
I hear you. I and you can call it being a homer, but I think their skill sets are so different. It depends on what type of football team you want to have. Like I really do.
To Dan Squatch points, I mean, I think we have this false hope that Terry is physical when none of his game film ever shows him being physical. Yes, he's 6'4", 200 plus pounds, runs a 4.4. We don't have any evidence that he's a physical receiver. He just
and Tyler, just so
never,
you know,
never
my top 3 is the same as everybody else's.
Never used his size. Never used his size.
This current take is going to be sponsored by this bottle of Seagram's that's been sitting in my house for This is what I'm going to tell y'all about.
That's what he gave me to drink.
I'm going to bring the Florida Cognac out next week, right? This is what I'm going to say about Tamarion Terry to all of y'all. Why do y'all? So, for instance, y'all remember when I was high on Stacey Coley, right? I was really high on Stacey Coley. I love me some Stacey Coley, especially true freshman Stacey Coley.
Yeah, I know you did.
Okay.
That was that man's son.
But after Stacey Coley's second year, did y'all hear me talk about Stacey Coley a lot? Y'all didn't. You know why? Because Stacey Coley showed me who he was, right? Tamarion, y'all must be in some abusive situations because Tamarion is sitting over here treating y'all bad.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking questions. I'm not putting any cap for Tamarion.
I'm just saying to FSU, Polk County No Nation, he is treating y'all bad, bro.
863 Seminole Nation, but
863 Seminole.
I think people have kind of
seeping in.
I think most of the fan base has kind of moved on from Terry, honestly.
I think you have to now, but like in the midst of all of it, like y'all saw Terry in that Boise game. Oh, there goes Scary Terry. And like I'm watching the game, I'm like, it's Boise State. Terry, show me that against Florida. Show me that against Florida before I give you a nickname, bro.
I'll say this. Who was throwing him the ball again?
I don't care. I don't care.
Put Terry.
I don't care. You gave him the nickname.
All right.
You gave him the nickname. Listen, if you are a dog at receiver, okay. So Tyler, Terry's a legit deep.
I think that's all he can do, though.
Okay,
try to run by a guy.
Maiden day.
When did he do it against Miami? When did he do it against Miami?
What did anybody on Florida State do against Miami, bro? Like, come on, man. Like,
but that's the measuring stick, ain't it? Ain't that the measuring stick? That's always been the measuring stick.
True.
Miami and Florida, right? So we're gonna talk about Rousseau, right? We're gonna say what did he do against Florida State? 4.5 sacks. And we're gonna talk about Kaya. What did Kaya do against Florida State? Blah 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 blah. Right? You're not gonna sit here and Terry, he torched Virginia that one year. Like, what? Now Terry got to show y'all more than that. He did y'all.
No, I agree. Terry.
I agree with that.
Very disappointing
then he do need to watch that tape.
Very
Like you ain't taking
disappointed.
nobody's job playing how you was playing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maiden date. I'm not big on that fight.
June 5th? That's quick. Wait, what?
Yeah, you ain't heard that. I'm look. Okay, fine. Crawford's finally fighting another
Hey, let that man
welterweight.
get his
but
paycheck, man.
He's fighting a 41-year-old welterweight now.
Let him
Bud
get
Bud
paid.
continues to
Like,
disappoint me. Bud continues to disappoint me.
let him get paid. Does
He's
he
gonna
not
get
deserve
paid.
to get paid?
No, he's gonna get paid.
Exactly. Then
But
let's talk about the other people. He got his
he's
money
gonna get
fight.
paid. But if you heard me talk about Bud before, Earl's out here finding the top welterweights in the world.
Let him get his money fight.
Who is Bud fight? Bud's not fighting anybody, but I don't like packing that fight though. I think Crawford will win it, but it'll go to decision. But
Hey man,
I'll be tuned in. I'm not as hyped for that fight like other people are. Terrence Crawford, prime, considered one of the pound for pounds, and you're fighting a 41-year-old Manny Pacquiao. Yeah, that doesn't really do anything for me.
Hey, bro. So I just like off topic. Like I saw we ended up on boxing somehow. Man, I bumped into Errol at the grocery store, bro, and I didn't know who he was. Errol Spence.
Okay.
And
he lives in that
I didn't realize how small some of these dudes is. Like I knew, but like he was just, it's like, oh.
Did you speak to him? Like y'all talk or just?
Nah, I didn't. I didn't because I didn't know who he was until people like started. I was like, wait a second. He looked
didn't he get in the car accident out here in Dallas?
Yeah.
I mean, he lives here. He lives in.
He's a Dallas native.
He lived like right next door to my old building when I lived downtown.
You stayed in Victory?
Yeah, I stayed in Victory Park. Yeah.
Okay. I
think he stayed at the what was that? The one tall fucking I can't remember the name of it. But he stayed over there. He went to the grocery store, little Tom Thumb over there and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't realize how small some of these guys are until you actually see them up in person.
They're tiny, bro.
Yeah, it is like
he fights at 147 pounds. What do you think?
my fiance is 5'8", 170. Like she was bigger than this dude. Like
she gonna fight you for saying that out loud. FYI.
He done told your whole woman weight.
She be all right, man. She probably not gonna watch this. I hope not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She thick.
So Pitts doesn't fit anywhere.
Pitts?
What happened? And where? He's not in my top 5.
We're just talking these wide receivers.
He's in the top 10.
Guess what? He doesn't really have any competition at tight end, right? So let's put him in here with the wide receivers.
He's in the top 10.
Come on. So if we go through our top 3 wide receivers, then we got to talk about Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman from Minnesota, who's a dog, Terrace Marshall, right? Those would be like the next 3. Tutu Atwell, 4. Is Kyle really better than all 7 of them dudes?
Is Kyle Pitts better than Tamarian Terry?
Well, Terry's never even done what Pitts has done, so hard for me to say that Terry's better than Pitts. I mean,
I don't think he's better than Terry. I mean, that Terry's better than him. I don't think that.
Right.
But are we definitively saying that Pitts is better? Like, okay.
Guys,
I'm not saying either one. I just want to know.
Guys, the conversation is.
I think Pitts is a better football player than Terry, yeah.
Is Kyle Pitts worth this distinction of being not better than anybody named Jamar Chase or Trevor Lawrence?
Because my problem with Terry is that he has a lot of physical attributes, but he obviously wasn't a football player.
Right. It looked fun until you're there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Terry can look good against Wake Forest or something, but
what I look forward to is getting cursed out by these dudes. I'm going to say something. Is that football players, if they was to ever watch me have a conversation with you, Alo or Terrence, I have a tremendous amount of respect for what football players do. Right?
Obviously.
I think we all do. To play football, you just have to be wired differently. You have to be wired differently. You have to be a different kind of man. I get that. But if we're just gonna have an unbiased conversation about performance, like Terry, you looking back at it, you enjoyed putting on that mask. You know what I'm saying? You enjoyed putting on that mask. You enjoyed the hype. Was Terry a grinder at FSU? Did he outwork
No.
everybody?
No.
Well, that was a lot. That's a problem throughout that locker room.
I'm
I mean,
just saying,
these dudes were smoking cigars after the North Carolina game.
the rest of the world, right? Like us, we're all working adults, right? We got to get up and grind every day. You know what I'm saying? Did Terry ever do that with the amount of? If Terry woke up and worked as hard as I have to work every day, Terry'd be a first round pick. There'd be no question about it. You see what I'm saying, dog? Like you just. I think that's where the frustration lies, and that's why we have these kind of talks and we use the kind of words that we do, because it's like you look at a dude like Terry, and it's like, bro, what are you doing right now?
I mean, Terry didn't have that. Terry didn't have a Brady Bunch to feed, though, bro. Like, so.
That's true. I don't know.
But yeah, the man had $1 million staring him in his face. If you can't, if that can't,
he didn't want it.
Y'all right. In the morning.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. I'll say this. Obviously, I really love the talent of Tamara Terry. Wanted so much for this dude to like be that it guy. I am disappointed in what he's turned out to be thus far. I have hope that he can be a better player once he gets to the NFL, and that he realizes somebody for to take his lunch. Some people really need to see that happening to him for them to change. Nobody was taking his lunch at FSU. Nobody.
No, they weren't.
On his team. Nobody was gonna come and take his position. Nobody was pushing him talent-wise. He's gonna go somewhere where he is not even probably the top 4 wide receiver on the team, and he needs to earn everything.
But time out. Is that the excuse? Like, I'm just saying. Like, we had look at Miami. We had Philip Dorsett go number 1. Right, he goes first round to the Colts. He played with Allen Hurns. Right, Allen was pretty good, right, collegiately for his last year. Wasn't a Bolitnikov guy or something like that, right? But he's a good receiver. I get it that Terry didn't have that, but that's not what you come to Florida State to do. Is hope that other people push you. And I think that's the frustration, is that you come to Florida State because this is any Miami fan that's in here right now will say to themselves that we have this conversation all the time, is that we need men amongst boys. You come to Miami because, number one, you want to get a bag, right? Miami's known for putting out talent to the NFL, but we want you to compete for national titles. We want you to compete for national titles. We want you to be a dog. But at the very least, if Terry cared about himself, he would have set himself up for the bag. At the very least, right? He didn't do that. Terry didn't do that. He had more potential to do that than anybody else on the squad. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not going to sit here and hear that excuse of, oh, he had nobody pushing him. Because, like, Big Marv, right? Like, did we give Marvin Wilson any excuse last week, Adrian?
Nope.
I don't think we did.
I want to be clear. I'm not really trying to give him an excuse. I'm saying I'm assessing the situation more so than anything. I'm saying what he did.
Let me ask you this. At Clemson last year, who was pushing Travis Etienne? Who's the backup running back? Thank you. It was supposed to be Bowman, but he's not there. You see what I'm saying, dog? Like, I'm just saying, bro, you some people is wired different, and it's okay if you're not wired that way. Like, that's fine. But some people is just wired different, bro. There's some dudes, man. When I went to school at FAU initially, right? And this was during Go Owls, absolutely. And this is when FAU was establishing themselves as a legitimate mid-major program. We won the R&L Carriers Bowl.
Who's that 6'6" quarterback, man?
Rusty Smith. Shout out Rusty Smith.
No, not after, the guy after Rusty.
Jeff Van Camp. Van Camp was
yeah, man.
Van Camp was a beast. Van Camp, one of the best athletes I've ever seen personally. Mike Lockley, FAU grad. My boy, I just talked to him the other day. Daniel Joseph, a defensive end for FAU. I watched a lot of. That was my closest contact to college football I've ever had, being around that program and around those guys. And every one of those guys, FAU would go lose and get blown out by Clemson. We get it. We know we're not that talented. But when FAU played the teams that were as good as them, right? It wasn't no question. We dogged them. We
Right.
beat the hell out of them. They outworked them. And it
Because
wasn't
one, you got the South Florida talent, but
we came, man. I came here with FAU to North Texas. Shout out Tavius Polo if he ever watches this. North Texas didn't look to Polo's side of the field that year. He was tied for number 1 in the nation and number 2 in the nation with like 8 or 9 interceptions that year, right? But the point is that them dudes went out and they worked the ball and they maximized their talent. Did Terry ever do that for y'all? Let's not talk about situations.
So I agree. I don't think Terry ever maximized his talent. So I'm with you there.
I'm talking about his pride.
Terry left a lot to be desired.
yeah, I think I led everything off with that. I wanted more than I wanted more for Terry than he wanted for himself. It seems. I hate to see players like that. That's
what
sad.
I'm saying. T. You can't factor in the situation because it's not fair to. I don't think it's fair to the process to say nobody pushed him because he should have been pushing himself. Again, Clemson, Amari Rodgers wasn't a great receiver to me. He didn't do much against Miami. That's a big conversation. But Amari Rodgers solidified his spot to the NFL somehow. That's all I'm talking about, bro. You know what I'm saying? Who was pushing Kyle Pitts at Florida, the best football player of all time?
Stop it.
You know what I'm saying?
Best football player in America, apparently.
Best football player in America, Kyle Pitts.
Number 1 offensive weapon.
Which again is disrespectful, But again, you go to DeMarcus
Jordan.
See, you go to DeMarcus. He mentions DeMarcus Bowman right here, Dan Squatch, right? DeMarcus is going to go to Florida. Lorenzo Lingard's on that roster. Lorenzo was at Miami, had a clear path to starting at Miami. What did Lorenzo do? It's not my fault that Lorenzo didn't get it.
He wasn't whatchamacallit, that's what it was.
He wasn't Cameron. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't none of these boys that was in camp. So I'm just being real, dog. Like, we gotta throw that out. But again, Adrian, to the receiver conversation, I don't put Kyle Pitts up there. I don't put him up there. Maybe really, if I talk about it, Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, Tutu Atwell, Terrace Marshall, is he 6 or 7? Probably.
So what are GMs seeing that we don't see?
He's listed as tight end.
Well, you want me to give you this too? Pause, but they see a dude that looks good in tights. I don't know how else to say that, but he looks really. There's no way we've talked. Remember we talked about Calvin Johnson, Terrell Owens. Like we had a list. It was like Calvin Johnson, Terrell Owens, Randy Moss, and Jerry Rice, and you put them all on the field. Who are you going to pick first? Right? I'm picking Calvin Johnson. Right?
That's not knowing nothing of what they accomplished in football.
Nope. Just gonna pick Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, you're gonna pick 6'6", 236.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna pick that.
And it's based off of. And maybe I let them run routes right beforehand. Right? You show me what routes were. Huh?
Even then, you're probably still taking Calvin.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, how can you deny that? And I think that's what people are doing with Kyle Pitts right now. That's what I think that is.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
My thing with that comparison is Megatron was something you haven't seen before.
Correct.
We've seen Kyle Pitts before. Measurables, like there's nothing Kyle Pitts is that OJ Howard. I talked about him earlier.
Right.
Njoku, you brought him up. We've seen guys measurables the same, good, if not faster 40 times, better verts, like longer wingspans. Like yes, Kyle Pitts.
Well, we haven't.
We
haven't seen someone with longer wingspans.
So
Pitts,
yeah,
we haven't. But again, we've seen great athletes come into football. And like I guess the question is, how athletic do you have to be to transcend great football skill, right? Like how athletic do you have to be? Kyle Pitts is not that athletic.
I don't think he is either. I don't
You
think
know
he's
what I
the
mean?
best athlete in the draft.
No. I was telling y'all that yesterday. Leo and them was over there. Oh, he's not the best athlete. Listen, Jamar Chase is every bit of the athlete that we saw DK Metcalf is. Oh, but Metcalf is 6'5". I don't care. If I tell Jamar Chase to run a route, he's going to run it just as fast. He's going to be more agile. He's going to jump just as high. He's going to do all those things, right? He's as good as an athlete, right?
It's tough to do that at 6'5", though.
You know, Terrence like Metcalf.
I'm not even like the hugest Metcalf, but I do want to point out that I wasn't as down on him as everybody else was.
So do this. Tell Metcalf run from left to right in a football game. Perfect. Thank you. So
what you want him to stray?
He's a
you want your wide receiver to be good at strafing.
I want him to run a whip route and actually get open.
Like a zig.
That's what I want. I want him to sell the slant and get to the out and actually break somebody off something. Because Metcalf not going to do that. Is that a fact?
Okay.
Is Metcalf going to run the deep out on you and make you think that he's not running the deep out?
No.
What Metcalf is going to do, and this is why Russell Wilson is making him look like he's the second coming, right? He is running the deep post. He is running the deep crosser, and he's running the go route because he's going to run past everybody because it becomes a foot race, and you can't press him. So you have that one trick, and I've told y'all this. If it's one really good trick, keep on doing it because it's going to make you money, right? But it's one trick.
Tyreek Hill.
That's a fact, though. Tyreek Hill is another one, right? Tyreek Hill versus Tampa in the Super Bowl. The ball's right here. Where's Tyreek Hill?
Yeah. We talked about that. Like, if you're the guy that people are saying you are, you Tyreek Hill, you're supposed to make that catch.
There's a reason you go.
That's the best place for Jamar Chase to go.
What's that? Cincy?
I would love to see that.
I think if Jamar Chase goes to Cincy, he'll have 115 catches. I really do. Hey,
what's the rookie record?
As a rook.
What's the rookie record? He can break it. With Burrow, he already got the. Go ahead.
I'm gonna shout out Dan. Dan's my best friend. I don't know Dan. Dan, follow me on any platforms. I'm gonna send my stuff here. AJ Brown is 10 times, in my opinion, 10 times better than DK. I don't care what nobody says,
bro. That's so disrespectful. That's so
I
disrespectful. I feel like right now, I feel like you're holding on to your pre-draft opinion of him so tough. It's disrespectful, bro.
Terrence, you're
I think most people would take Brown over.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but don't sit here and talk about he's 10 times better than
Adrian.
Come on, bro.
Right,
stop it.
Terrence, you're a South Florida native, correct?
Yeah.
You've seen Ryan Tannehill play football, correct?
Wait, come on, man. Ryan Tannehill is a better Ryan Tannehill than he was in Miami.
You've seen Ryan Tannehill throw the football, correct?
I seen the wide receiver throw the football, yes.
Have you seen Russell Wilson throw a football?
Touche. I understand
Have you seen Russell Wilson make Doug Baldwin into a Pro Bowler?
Doug Baldwin was tough.
And Tyler Lockett into a Pro Bowler? And David Moore into a serviceable NFL wide receiver, and you've never heard of him in your life?
I mean, he's a Carolina Panther, so.
no, but you not David. They got a Moore up there in Seattle. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, he went to Carolina now.
But so the point is, if AJ Brown was playing with Russell Wilson, oh my God, okay. AJ Brown, he played on 2 bad knees last year in DK numbers.
I think you're selling Doug Baldwin short for one.
I'm not. I'm selling the Russ. I am promoting the Russ Wilson effect. Who else in the NFL can get DK the ball?
You really think it's only like 5 guys that can make DK do what he's doing?
Correct.
Dan Squash says physically, what percentage of DK Metcalf is Pitts?
1,000.
So this, and Dan, that's a good question, right? I call Pitts a slower version of DK. That's exactly what he is. He's a slower DK
And weaker.
and weaker, right? So you invest in that if you want to. Whatever your franchise is, enjoy it. I'm not putting no money.
Well, damn.
I'm not putting no money into that.
Damn.
Now, I want to say this. I know we sit here and we say all these things that we're saying. We you sit high and talk down. But at the end of the day, it's the purpose of all of this. Right. But two, in my heart of hearts, man, I don't want to see these kids fail. And I don't think anybody here is saying we want to see anybody fail. I'm not saying that anybody is saying that. I feel like it's just a disclaimer, unless we talk about Jameis Winston and Jurgen. Like, we don't want to see anybody else fail. Like, and that's what it comes down to.
Come out. Did I really want to see Jameis Winston?
Yes, you did, bro. Yes.
With every fiber
in your body wanted to see this kid fail.
With every cell in your body.
Listen,
you wanted to see Jameis Winston be.
Can you just admit it, please, bro? Can we just dead this and I won't bring it up again? I won't bring it up again.
This is what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say that Jurgen Henry wanted Jameis Winston to fail. I will say the Buccaneers fan in me wanted Jameis Winston to fail. That's what I'm gonna say. Because this franchise has done the stupidest things over the last 10 years of my life, aside from bringing in Tom Brady and Devin White, that made me completely lose faith in it, right? Terrence, you also know I was a big Josh Freeman fan. You know that.
They did that what dirty.
They did it. So after that, I was like, you know what, man? Y'all have it.
And that had nothing to do with Jameis.
It had everything to do with it. Because somehow Jameis was better than Josh.
Jameis did it. Jameis ended Josh Freeman's career.
Bingo. Can I ask you something? Was Jameis ever better than Josh at his best?
Oh no, we'll see.
Wait. No. Here's the other part.
They did.
Here's the other thing I want to talk about. Here's something I want to talk about. You can say that. Okay, maybe he wasn't. All right, fine. We had a conversation, and we talked about Drew Brees and his career, and when he turns the page of his career.
Yes.
How old was Drew Brees when he turned the page of his career?
27. Age of Jameis, and I think Jameis can do it. He wasn't going to do it in Tampa, though. FYI.
Not with the hatred he was getting from people like no, I'm playing.
No,
I'm not. I'm joking, bro. Relax, bro.
You know what he wanted to stay in Tampa? He wanted $28 million. Are you kidding me?
Talk about Jameis?
Yes.
Well, of course he wanted that second contract to be. That's every quarterback's big time contract.
There are people who got.
I'm not saying he shouldn't have wanted it, but I'm saying there's no way he can resurge his career in Tampa like that. There's no way, bro. You know that.
All right, so here's the thing, and I think Adrian and I kind of discussed this. Who else do you replace Jameis Winston with to get the results you got this year?
Nobody.
Maybe three. I can name 3 or 4 guys, right?
Nobody.
So nobody else does what Tom did?
No.
So if you don't, and I'm not talking about who was on the free agent market. I'm talking about NFL quarterbacks.
Nobody.
So you don't think Pat Mahomes comes there and does that for you guys?
No.
You don't think Russell comes there and does that?
Is Pat or Russell going to walk into Tampa and change our culture tomorrow?
Is that what happened?
Yes.
So here's my other thing.
They made Arians change the way he viewed football. Tom did that.
Who said that? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Tom Brady made Bruce Arians change the way he viewed football.
Okay, I can see that.
But who else can do that?
Nobody's arguing. Okay, I understand.
I'm saying,
look at that. Look, we had an agreement. Like all 3 of us at the same time.
Because listen. I'm not.
When you put it like that,
we agree with you, bro.
I get it because Arians admitted himself that he
said that and
gave the reins pretty much over to Tom
you have to understand. I'm a bigger Russell Wilson fan than I am a Tom Brady fan. But Russ couldn't have come in and done that. He doesn't
Wait.
have that level of influence.
Are you strictly a Tom Brady fan because he's with Tampa?
I'm not a Tom Brady fan.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Tampa Bay fan.
Fuck out of here.
Just making sure.
No, that's a fact.
No, that's why I asked that question because
you have to remember. I wish my boy Tom Snyder was in here right now because he'd tell you I've always had a dislike for Brady, but it's after he beat Philly I was like
Tom Snyder.
Yeah, I know
The cyclist.
18 years old, 15 years in.
The cyclist, right?
Yeah.
He rode all across America.
Yeah, and I told Tom, I said, look, dude, I know you're a Pats fan. I never get around them, but when they beat the Eagles, I was like, look, dog, I can't even. What am I supposed to say? Like,
so Jerk,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, Maiden Day, he's a Miami fan.
Yeah.
He said
Obviously.
Rousseau hurt his draft stock at all.
I'm gonna say no because to Terrence's point earlier, Terrence was like, "Oh, Rousseau is he was disappointed in his pro day performance." I wasn't.
40 time in particular.
Right, I wasn't. I think he ended up testing 4.68 at 6'7". He ended up his last run was 4.68 at 6'6" and almost 6'7", 260. He was never an edge rusher. I don't know why people put that tag on him. I think that's ignorant. He was never edge rusher. Rousseau is going to go into the NFL. He's going to play at 275. He's going to play defensive end. He's going to play probably a defensive end 5 technique, probably 3 technique on nickel packages. And he's going to destroy people because he's longer than everybody on the field. Pause. But he has enough reach to play any position in that front seven. Simple as that. So I don't think Rousseau hurt anything with his combine time. If anybody hurt themselves to an extent, it was Brevin. But I've been hearing some stuff on Brevin, like that Brevin really played at 230 and not 245 or 247 where he measured in at. So there's a good chance that Brevin's times weren't what we saw on tape all year. But that's a whole nother thing.
Okay. Another question for you, Terrence or Jerg, whoever. Your true nose tackle, 4 years in, did a double at 405. Is that good or bad?
A double at 405 with him.
So he benched 405 twice. Is that good or bad? For a 4-year true nose.
How long are his arms?
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know how long Coop's arms are.
See, if his arms are as long as
I don't think Coop's arms are that long, but I don't know.
If they're as long as somebody's in this chat, then that's a bad.
Bro, first of all, my arms are longer than both of y'all's. So let's stop.
See.
Look at stick like, bro. All right, come get this jab. That's what we do.
Sure. Yeah, Dan, I'd be more concerned with that, but I'll tell you this. We had a nose tackle a few years ago in Kendrick Norton who I think he ended up losing an arm in a car accident a few years ago.
Yeah, it sucked.
Is that what happened?
He also should have stayed at Miami for another year. We had a front with him and RJ McIntosh that was, if those guys stayed another year.
Wasn't Joe Jackson on that front too?
Joe Jackson was on that front too.
That boy was nasty.
And Jonathan Garvin is a freshman. I saw a play with Kendrick Norton against Florida State. He gets the center. The center gets a good jump on him. He gets in his chest. And all I see is you. And Kendrick Norton takes this dude, completely pushes him off of his body, full arm extension, and sheds him and gets to the tackle. The point is, I'd be more interested, I guess you can say, in arm length than I would be with the bench number. A guy with, say, 32-inch arms, that's a nose tackle, 31-inch arms. Yeah, I should probably see you be stronger than that. But if you're up there at 36, that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough.
I like Coop's opportunities in the NFL on the right team, obviously.
Just like Kenny Shaw.
Well, Coop will be drafted. Coop's legit. Dan, Dan Squat said it. Coop's legit, knows zero tech. Like
he can
to
fuck some
me,
shit up.
to me. Obviously, you got to come out and play the game, but
I remember watching him play in high school, man, and it was just like to watch it, like the middle of like an offensive line just completely like be like, yeah, well, oh well, this we got to get the ball out now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember watching, and a team started doing just like fucking, we got to go to shotgun now
Mm-hmm.
because he was just wreaking havoc. He was in Gwinnett out there. I think he went to South Gwinnett, and I rode out there and watched the game, man. And huh?
I said Gwinnett, Georgia.
Yeah,
yeah,
Gwinnett County got a lot of talent out there, man.
Yeah.
A lot of talent. It's obviously in one of the Atlanta suburbs, but a lot of talent out there. And watching him play, like it wasn't even fair.
Mm-hmm.
Like they didn't have offensive linemen ready to block him anywhere out there. So so it's always been there for him. He has his role, his niche, and hopefully that continues to translate for him. But no, I think he has a better chance than Kenny Shaw. That I'll never get to live that down. But yeah,
bless you.
bless you.
Thank you.
Okay. So what else do we got? We're going on 3 hours. What other topics we got?
Well,
anything you guys want to talk about specifically?
Any questions?
Yeah, Brain Tick has a question. Any chance FSU can beat Miami this year? I'm gonna leave that up to Terrence.
There's always a chance.
Of course, there's a chance.
There's always a chance, and the reason why I say there's always a chance, it's a rivalry game. I don't know necessarily. One, it depends on where we are at quarterback. What we're getting in Milton is a huge factor. If we get that guy that was pre-injury Milton, if he can come back and be 85% of that, we definitely have a chance. There's talent on both sides of football, and it's a rivalry game. Would I put money on it right now? No.
I think, look, and you can hate me later. I think to talk about this game as if it's just clearly one-sided is a bit premature. Now, I get what the score said last year. Cool, fine.
We didn't belong on the field with them last year.
I don't know.
We didn't want to play. It looked like they did not want to fucking play.
November 13th, I guess we'll find out. I don't look at Miami and I'm not scared of anything.
I'm not saying that I feel like we should be afraid of Miami. What I'm saying is I need to know that we're a different football team than what was out there. And I understand, Mike was, figuring out who he wanted at, and we had players, but I need to see that change in the football product that's put on the field. And until I see it, I'm not going to predict that, yeah, we ready to beat Miami now. Until I see it change. I need to see a change in attitude and production.
Well, by the time that game comes around, again, that's a November 13th game, we're going to know what kind of team we have. Well, but as of right now, I'm going to let you go. But as of right now, the only edge I would give Miami for sure is that they're probably coming to that game a more confident football team. Now, if you want to break down position by position, I'm not saying we're doing all that, but I'm just simply talking about. I don't think they're blatantly more talented. Or do I think they're better at certain positions? Sure, but I don't know.
Let me just dive in real quick. I'm gonna dive in, right? So you guys have 2 weeks before us. So before us, you have NC State Clemson, right? You have what I would call a warm-up game versus UMass before that on October 23rd.
Yep.
Right. That's 2 weeks after playing UNC. Honestly, the schedule isn't structured in your favor in any way.
No, it's not.
In my opinion. You do have a bit of a homestand before you play us, which is good. Whereas us, we play Georgia Tech at home and then we go to FSU. That's not bad. Is there anything to be scared of with Miami? I don't think Miami's particularly dominant, right, at anything yet. I'm gonna say this, and y'all ain't gonna like to hear it again. This is going to be a top 10 defensive unit. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, you
So
keep
we've got
saying
bottles
that.
of Remy on that.
What
You drink the Florida Counter, right?
Yes,
With the 15?
I want the 125, boy. I want the 125, boy. Send it to my door. Okay. In fact, I'm gonna come to your house and pick it up.
So your
right?
You ain't
defensive
coming to
end,
my goddamn house.
so your defensive end production is not gonna drop a beat.
The only reason I'm gonna say no, Adrian, is because it never has. You can't look at a year under Manny
You're
Diaz.
you're just gonna replace Phillips and Rousseau like it.
But time out.
I'm asking.
But you saying those names because a year ago nobody talked about Jalen Phillips.
Well, everybody knew he was a 5-star coming from the West Coast.
So time out.
He hadn't put it together yet.
We talked about Rousseau. Who was talking about Rousseau? He was a 3-star coming out of South Florida.
Yeah,
right?
And he had that season.
But
now,
I'm just
granted,
saying,
he did sit out. Granted, he did sit out last year.
But hold on. Before that, nobody talked about Jonathan Garvin. Nobody talked about Joe Jackson. There's a track record.
So you're just who's the guys that are gonna who's your guys
right now? Jafari Harvey. Jafari Harvey's the first guy that stands out.
Okay.
You also look at Cameron Williams, unique athletic frame. Is he going to translate? I don't know. But we're not talking about a guy in his 4th year, Nesta Silvera, right? We're not talking about him at all.
Well, Nesta, I like Nesta. Leonard Taylor will probably be playing next to him.
Leonard Taylor's going to get some snaps. I'm going to assume that he's going to be our first rotation guy off the bench, right? John Ford, I believe, is back. I don't think we're going to lose our tackle for losses. I don't think we're going to lose that. I still pick us to be a top 10 unit.
Who's your DB? Who's your corners?
So I was having that conversation with Adam, of course.
I think your safety position is pretty solid, but who's your corner?
Tyreek Stevenson is a bookend starter.
The guy from Georgia, right?
Right. And then we have a 3-way race. In my eyes, I think Trey Corey Couch is the best cover guy, the best pure cover guy aside from Stevenson on the field. But I'll say this. If you're looking to disrupt offenses and generate pressure, you got to press on the edge. You know that. I know that, right? That's probably an Al Blades job, right? It's probably Al Blades Jr. job. However, I think if we come out in the 2-corner set, it's Stevenson, Couch, and then you move Couch inside the nickel where I think he can make his most money is playing nickelback, right? But then you go into safety. I think safety, no question. Safety is going to be a fantastic position for us. Again, right. I don't see us not being a top 10 defense. The only thing that you would have to be scared of at Miami on offense is if De'Aaron King is completely healthy. That's the only thing you have to be scared of, right? Because nobody's shown you anything to prove you otherwise. The running backs haven't. The receivers haven't. We lost Brevin Jordan. How good is Mallory going to be? They have to prove that to you. I'm optimistic about, say 3 of those position groups, but I'm not optimistic about all of them. And I will say this, Zion Nelson at left tackle, Jared Williams at right tackle, we're going to have a much better offensive line than y'all think. So is there a chance that y'all win? Sure. If we turn the ball over 4 times, y'all going to win the game. I'll tell you that right now. And that's sponsored by Seagram 7. That's sponsored by Seagram.
Okay. All right, so how about this? I got 2 bets for you. We're gonna do this right now.
Sure.
As Adrian, who threatens to whoop people's ass, knows I honor my bets.
Do you really?
First of all, I didn't threaten to beat you up.
You did?
Didn't.
Mind you, I'm about twice Adrian's size.
I only wanted my $20 that we bet on. I wasn't even talking about the $20.
You gonna say what you bet?
You were gonna give.
You really gonna say what you bet?
I already told the people that I bet Michigan was going to beat Florida State in the Sweet 16.
Mm-hmm.
It's your fault they lost, bro.
Okay,
but anyway,
it's my fault. But
so
I won $20.
$20, so it's worth it. Hey, so I got 2 bets for you. Hey, Tyler, mind your business, man. So I got 2 bets. We can bet the Florida Counter. meaning either way on the top 10 defense. 25 year though. Ain't nobody dropping 2 bands on some like I'll bet the 25. That's cool.
Okay, that's fine with me, sir.
And we'll bet the Hitty XO on the FSU
we can bet. Yeah, I'll put a bottle on the game.
Hitty XO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put a bottle on the game. So you had a chance to win 2 bottles.
Listen, I'll take.
That means you paying out 2 bottles too.
I'm not worried about that. So
I know I'm getting the bottle for the counter.
It's very hard for me to pick here in April. This game as Lift injuries. I mean, again, that game is played November 13th. So Florida State's we are how do I put? We are a work in progress, obviously. Don't take anything from you're going to see in the spring because we have a lot of guys that aren't really participating. So I am not okay. You failed to mention your linebacker play. You solid on your linebacker play?
Corey Flagg is going to be a starter. I don't know what's happening outside of him, but I trust Manny to coach linebackers better than I trusted him. There's no question.
Okay. Okay.
No question. I'm not. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I'm not scared of Mackenzie Milton. I'm not scared of your offensive line. I'm not scared of the running backs, and I'm not scared of the receivers. So if y'all got to score 20,
yeah, that's my problem.
Good luck. You know what I'm saying?
You scared of Travis?
What happened to Travis last year, fam?
Oh, he wasn't even supposed to be playing last year.
But again,
was he hurt? Like coming into that game,
he got smashed.
He didn't start that game. They used him in packages in that game. So that Miami game isn't the way to judge Jordan Travis. James Blackman started that game.
So, I don't know if anybody else got a smart lock, bro, but when that motherfucker locking, I don't know.
Scared you, didn't you?
Like, yeah, I was like, who the fuck at my door? Oh, man. It just threw me off for a second. I'm sorry, man.
It's all good.
If anybody saw that look in my eyes, like, who the fuck is... But, yeah.
You expect De'Aaron King to be healthy.
Everything.
I'm hearing that he's healthy. From what I'm hearing, that he's should be ready to go game 1.
But we should be afraid of him, not knowing if he's completely healthy. But
I mean, if he's looking good now, by November 13th, he should play.
What? Hey,
is he?
Boy, listen, boy, the dude just hopped on the field and he beat y'all by 42 points last year. Why wouldn't you be scared of that dude?
I'm not scared of him, but
he beat y'all by 42 points.
I think our incompetence beat us by 42 points.
I'm about to say it was a total incompetent team at that point.
Ken Dorsey never beat us by 42 points.
Norvell didn't even
even
coach that game, and
he didn't coach, did he?
You know what bothers me?
No, he didn't.
You know what bothers me?
What's up?
Is that y'all sat here when y'all went on y'all little run. Y'all sat here and said that y'all runs was legit against Miami. Y'all collectively. You don't make a face.
I'm listening.
Y'all legitimately sat here and made y'all run seem legit.
No one's
isn't legit though.
No one's illegitimizing anything that you're saying. I'm just saying I'm not scared. That doesn't mean you guys legitimately beat us.
You did so by trying to illegitimize the fact that y'all lost by 42.
I mean, we lost by 42.
We lost by 42 for a reason.
I'm not allowed to do that.
We were incompetent.
You're allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that. You see what I'm saying? So
you do. You blame it on Al Golden, and I agree with you. Al Golden was trash.
But that's the thing, is that after a year or two, can I blame it on Al Golden? No, I can't, can I? Right? So I got to hold the L. All I got to do is hold the L.
But it was Al Golden, though.
I'm just saying, I got to hold the L, right? You got to hold that.
Like, we still blame this shit on Jimbo. Jimbo fucked us over. That's the truth. But
which is a travesty that you still blaming it on Jimbo because he long gone. He don't care about y'all. He gone, bro.
it don't change that he fucked us over.
That's a bigger conversation, bro. That's a bigger conversation. Because so I follow. I'm gonna say this. I follow. I don't know if anybody here follows European football, soccer, right? But time out. Marcus Omar. Let me tell you something. Y'all won a natty. Congratulations. When y'all won a natty, Obama was in office. Life was good. Gas prices was low. All that shit. And then the next year, Oregon beat y'all, slapped the fuck silly, and I haven't heard from y'all since. So
and we ended up 12-1. Goddamn, that's a terrible season.
Man, that was we not gonna get into that run. You was the biggest perpetrator on that run. You was the biggest.
No nation, no worries.
No nation, no worries. And we told you Marcus
boy, y'all hated that shit.
You was out there beating.
Well,
y'all beat Miami by one. Wow.
No nation, no worries, baby.
Dalvin Cooks, unfortunately, freshman, he started that terrible sequence that happened in the Oregon game. But that Oregon game was close up until that Cook fumble.
That fumble. Oh,
but it's
God. And it just went downhill.
All about context, you know.
And they blame Winston for all of that, but he tried.
Yeah.
You don't remember the imagery of Jameis with the ball back here getting
like that is that play. Come on, man. Like
but again,
just like when people get on Cam about the fumble, like, bro, come on, man. So we're gonna ignore that, huh?
It's a microcosm.
So does a microcosm determine everything else that happened around it?
If it's a microcosm,
it's a reflection,
it's a representation of everything else that's happening around them. And
it doesn't mean blame that.
Listen, we told you, bro. Like when y'all beat Miami, y'all scraped the win out against Miami. We told y'all, and I've admitted it on this channel before. Dalvin Cook is the reason why they won that game. Jameis' second year.
Yeah,
he was the reason. They won that game in spite of Jameis. I can show you Jameis Winston interception reels from that year. Y'all made it because y'all was more talented than everybody else you played up until Oregon. Oregon made the least amount of mistakes when they played y'all. That's a fact.
Yeah, we made a bunch of mistakes.
Football. Huh?
I said, yeah, and we made a bunch of mistakes that game,
including
not being able to punch it in the end zone before halftime.
Legit.
From the 1 yard line. It was crazy.
I remember I was watching that game, man, and I was in a room full of cops, bro. I wanted to fight the cops, bro. like they was getting on my goddamn nerves watching that game.
Hey,
I left.
I'm gonna just say this real quick. I don't know Marcus Omar. You can catch the fade too, bro. I'm not trying to hear that. This conference title stuff that FSU brings up. The ACC wasn't legitimized until Miami came over. We can have that argument all day. The ACC
people were still winning conference titles before Miami came over.
Listen to what I'm saying. I said legitimized. The ACC was FSU and only FSU in football. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not wrong. One of the reasons the ACC made that move is they planned for their Florida State and Miami to pretty much play twice a year. That was supposed to be what it was.
I get it.
The reason end of the bargain.
Right. The reason Florida State's bring up the ACC titles, you guys have yet to live up to y'all end of the bargain.
Can I ask you, when did Miami come to the ACC?
It's been 15, 20 years now, ain't it?
Perfect.
Something like that, yeah.
It's been 15
I think 2005, 2004, something. I don't know.
And for the last 15 years, who's been the most dominant program in the ACC? Not y'all. Conversation over.
That
conversation.
That's tough, bro. Hold on.
If you want to put it in 5-year increments, since we're going 15 years, Virginia Tech was winning the conference when they first came.
Clemson.
Then Florida State, then Clemson, if you want to put it like that. Nowhere in there is for the last 5 years. Clemson's been doing it for the last 5 years.
Clemson started doing it in 2012.
They won one in 2012.
Okay. So Clemson, when Clemson played with,
They won what in 2012?
hold on,
Did they
Right.
win?
No, Florida State won the conference championship.
We still wanted it back then too. Shit.
hold on. Clemson won the conference championship in 2011, and every year since 2015 they won the conference title.
Okay.
Since Miami,
Okay.
The last 5
So
years,
since Miami's been there, since Miami's
Miami,
been there, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So hear me out. Since Miami and Virginia Tech came over, this is 0304, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So it's 7 for Clemson, 4 for Florida
7,
State
8,
since
9,
Miami's been
10,
there.
11, 12. Listen,
It's 7 to 4. Virginia Tech got 3.
Florida State.
So the 3 teams I said.
But again, the point is that this
Wake
conference,
Forest got 1. I don't know what the
you
fuck.
you guys hopping every time I talk to Florida State fans. Oh, we got 17 ACC top, man. That conference was.
We still got 40-0.
Y'all was ass. The ACC.
How many? Matter of fact,
the ACC.
We can downplay the ACC, sure, but you just was trying to big up the Big East.
Yeah.
Big East, because you brought over the Big East powerhouse.
So was the ACC better than the Big East or not? Was the ACC better than the Big East or not?
No.
You follow.
No. No.
So Mac Brown wasn't having top 5 North Carolina teams his first stint in North Carolina.
What'd they do?
Virginia wasn't top. What did any of the Big East teams do?
Okay, so we won a title in the Big East, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure if we won one title in the Big East. Okay, how many titles y'all won in that span we was in the Big East? One. Nobody else.
How long were you guys in the Big East? That's the first question.
I don't remember off the top of my head because I was like 3 years old.
Because we won two in the 90s.
National titles.
Okay,
so y'all were in the Big East y'all entire time in the 90s. We won 2.
Hold on. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know numbers about things that happened while I wasn't relevant as a human being, unlike some people in the chat.
I'm only asking because we're talking. You calling the ACC trash, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. We can't say the Big East wasn't trash.
The ACC was legitimized when Miami.
Well, we're not disagreeing with that.
Okay, that's all I was saying. Now look, so Dennis Erickson goes undefeated and wins the national title in '91. Those are the numbers.
Were you born?
I was born. Yes, I was born. But again, I'm not going to act like I knew something that I didn't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. And then we win another national title. Right. That's in 2001 under Larry. We got robbed in 102, but we'll leave that alone. Right. So at the end of the day, you're looking at 2 natties and 2 natties. Right. Simple as that.
Both in trash conferences. So what are we talking about? So what are we talking about,
bro? What are you?
Who did the Big East have?
Virginia Tech.
We beat those guys in the national championship.
Virginia Tech.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah.
West Virginia.
We beat a Big East chip.
West Virginia wasn't good in the 90s. Don't bring up West Virginia.
With Michael Vick,
bro.
And the 10-year span that you're talking about, you're not allowed to bring up West Virginia. No.
You tripping, bro.
No, you're tripping. You just brought up West Virginia from 91 to 2001.
West Virginia was better than every program in your conference.
You're crazy.
Fuck out of here.
You're crazy.
Okay.
All right, we got.
And I do not sit here and try to cap for the ACC.
I'm not, bro. This is.
I personally hate the conference.
Clemson was a doormat. Leave Clemson out of it.
I'm not talking about Clemson.
Hold on. You had 2 years out of North Carolina.
You're sleeping on Georgia Tech being a very good program during that time.
When?
Georgia Tech at that point had won a national championship more recently than the Georgia Bulldogs.
But time out. Don't say Georgia Bulldogs when we talk about national titles.
Well, I'm just saying.
We can't do that.
We're talking that 90s run. Georgia Tech had a very competent very solid program. Terrence just dropped off.
So you have one Georgia Tech football season. That's it, right? I'm just saying, if you're talking about
Georgia Tech, Virginia, UNC,
Adrian,
Mac Brown's first stint, he was top 5 when he lost to Florida State.
UNC had 2 good seasons, dog.
Virginia,
Even if you call them back, at the end of the day, Miami, Tech coming over legitimizes the ACC.
but that's not the argument we were having, though.
There's
nobody's disagreeing with that.
But that's the statement I made, though. If you're getting into which conference was better, if I was to sit here and pull numbers, I can argue Big East to the death of it. I can absolutely.
You can try.
I can be.
That don't mean you right.
I could be successful in doing so.
There's a reason why the Big East don't exist anymore.
Come on, bro. We're not gonna get into that. The conversation is this.
All those Big East teams are ACC teams now.
Right, or they're playing independent basketball like at fucking.
Now, majority of them are ACC teams, though.
Wasn't UConn one of them? Right?
I think UConn's independent now.
They got a football team still?
Do they? That's a great question.
They absorbed the basketball schools that have football programs. Right? That's it. And here, and again, Marcus Omar. Hello, hallelujah. Marcus and Antonio. Yeah, I brought up West Virginia. Go watch football. Marcus, what was the ACC before FSU? You're right. It was a doormat. That's the whole point. It was a doormat. And every time I talk to an FSU fan, y'all can just want to come.
But the argument was ACC titles. Okay, so you want to talk about what the ACC was beforehand? Sure, whatever. Let's keep to the point. Miami hasn't kept up their end of the bargain.
Since you've been here, you have not won an ACC title. Why?
The point was
ACC titles. Then we could just throw out natties and shut you up.
But we're talking about what you came here to do, what you were supposed to bring to the ACC. Did you bring it?
The job is to win a national title, correct? Is that
Janet Jackson? What have you done since you came to the ACC?
In the last 10 years, you haven't. So what are we talking about?
Time out, bro. If that's what college football programs are based on, is their legacy? You do not, even with this 2013 title.
That's what Miami always goes back to. Their legacy.
Since you've been in our conference.
No, we're not.
Since you've been in our conference, what have you done?
Y'all doing the same thing because y'all go to ACC titles.
No. Forget ACC titles. Forget ACC titles. Since you've been in the ACC, what have you done?
Since when?
Since 2005, what has Miami done?
But time out. You said you get ACC titles. Since when? Because that's been Clemson's bag, boy. Don't get into that. Since we've been in the ACC, that's been Clemson's bag.
You, Ayla?
I'm talking to both of y'all.
But
I asked you a question though.
I've already pointed out
we got 4 ACC titles since y'all been here.
You said it's
15 years. We got 4 of those ACC titles.
You said what have we both been brought here to do? You said we haven't held the end of the bargain.
I asked you what was Miami brought here. We've been here.
Listen,
what has Miami done since they've been in the ACC?
I haven't denied that, but what I'm telling you, Terrence,
no, you've only glossed over it.
Since we've been in the conference, this has been Clemson's conference. That's a fact.
We have won a third of the ACC championship games since you've been here.
But it's still Clemson's because Clemson's damn near won all of the rest. Clemson has twice as many.
They have 7. We have 4.
Almost, but not quite.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying.
Clemson has 1.75 as many.
Okay, we have 4 times as many as you.
You go to the listen. Y'all go to this.
We have 4 times as many as you.
We're right now. We have an FSU.
You prefaced this argument on saying that the ACC was trash and that the Big East was very competitive. Yet you came over from the Big East and didn't come in and dominate like you said.
I disagree, but I've told y'all that in this chat why that's happened before, right? At the end of the day, no matter what, you guys are still in the mode of playing catch up as a program. Don't get that twisted either. Y'all can win 37 ACC titles. Y'all still don't have what we have. That's a fact. Jameis and company was playing catch up. Correct? That's what that is. So you could talk all you want to about what we've been since we've been in here. And we all know Clemson's suspect and shady as fuck. We're not going to get into that conversation today, right?
Bag.
That's a bigger conversation, right? But at the end of the day, since we got here, you're gonna say Miami's not holding up their end of the bargain. It don't matter because it's not your conference anymore anyway. It belongs to Clemson. That's a fact. And both of us are trying to figure that out. Since what's his name? What was it? Terry? Wasn't it Terry? Not Terry Bowden. It was one of them boys that was at Clemson. Which
Terry.
one was it? Was it Terry?
Who's Terry?
Okay. Since Terry left, Clemson figured it out, and nobody else has. Can we agree with that?
Well, they invested in the football.
They put that bag into the program.
You can say that, but you also have to understand that we had a 3-year run where nobody
one of your best runs ever. But both programs can go on runs. Both programs can go on runs. You know that.
So you're dismissing that when we discuss, Clemson figured it out and nobody else did.
Clemson did figure it out because it's about consistent success. That's what if we're both not shooting for consistent success, what are we doing?
Okay.
What are we doing, right? The idea, and I know the chat going crazy because everybody's in their feelings, which is perfect, right? But the idea that we should be perpetrating here is this, going back to the core of the conversation, right? Is that if you're looking at this conference, and correct me if I'm wrong if this is what we're talking about or not, because we definitely went on track a little bit. If we're talking about this conference and the teams that are in it and what the expectations are, right? The expectations, number one, are national titles. But when we get into these conversations, it becomes, we want ACC titles and y'all haven't.
Well, when we're talking,
we can sit here and give you guys what you guys know are legitimate factors as to that.
No, because what we're talking about, listen, this is where when you start talking about Miami fans and Florida State fans getting into their little debates, we have been hearing about what Miami. We've been hearing about Miami having, what is it, five national championships? Is it 5?
Correct.
Is it 5?
Right.
5.
Since I was in middle school.
Right. We're tired of hearing about 5 national championships since I was 12, whatever.
Adrian,
so the argument has shifted to, let's talk about more recent times.
Sure. So let's talk because more recent times is I got a son that's about to go into middle school, another one that's about to go into 4th grade, who weren't even conscious the last time. And when I say conscious, meaning they don't even know what football was the last time y'all won a title. So it's not like y'all won a title yesterday. 8 years is 8 years, bro. We can't discredit that.
Okay, so, but if we're talking about football in its decades, every 10 years.
So in its decades, we won in the last decade, just like y'all won early on in the last decade.
You talking about century, bro? You talking about century?
No, I said decade.
100 years. I'm not talking about 100 years. I'm talking about 10 years.
10 years.
So what I'm saying is, if you look
y'all ain't won none in the past 10 years.
Listen to what I'm saying. In the last decade, you guys won a national title, correct?
Yeah.
And you guys appeared in one national title game.
True.
In the decade before that, Miami won a national title, correct?
Yeah, but see, now you've taken it back 2 decades.
Now you go 2 decades.
What I'm saying is that if you're talking,
we're not talking about 20 years. I wasn't able to drink then. If I wasn't able to drink then, it doesn't matter.
I wasn't even. Was I legal? I was legal. You're right. I was legal when y'all won a national title. But guess what?
Yeah, we were all legal
before. When y'all won a national title, to be real, I was making like $10.25 an hour.
We was all broke back then, man.
When y'all won a national title, I was drinking E&J. You feel me?
I gave up on E&J by then.
But that's what I was on.
I haven't drank E&J in years.
Hey, real quick, let me address some people. Joel Davis, you're a clown for understanding or believing what you just say, right? Peanut Butter Hero, you a clown to a former self of their self or whatever. That's a crisis actor. That's trash. I've told you the
called him
same.
a crisis
These
actor.
boys,
Oh, they want.
they
No,
want
you called him a crisis actor, bro.
Terrence and Adrian, have I sat here? First of all, how many Miami fans gonna come onto a Seminole channel and talk that shit? Number one.
Well, I got a few guys. They're
Only
probably not in here.
You
tonight,
ain't
but I got a
special,
few guys.
Negro. Like,
you
I'm
know I
playing, I'm
am.
playing, man. I'm
Because
playing.
you know, because for 10 years I rode that same line with you. Have I not? Have I not? All right,
You
then.
tell me.
Both of y'all. Both of y'all. I've never strayed sideways. Y'all know what the deal is. You feel me? But we not just gonna sit here and say, now that what are we? We're 4 years. It's been 4 years since y'all beat us. Y'all expect me to sit here and act like this Florida State run is still going and I'm supposed to be like bow to the
Who
max?
said that?
No one said that. What are you talking about?
But what I'm saying is, when I'm not saying y'all, excuse me, the fan base, right? Because what'll happen is if we get into a conversation, right? If we talk about Florida State football right now, hey, we beat y'all 52-10 last year. Oh well, 4 years ago we was on the 7-year run. Well, everybody does that. We've done that before. That's how programs go, right? We all agree that this is cyclical, correct? Don't we all agree this is cyclical?
But you dismiss ours.
No, I don't, bro.
Yes. Oh, whoa. I'm gonna be very specific.
Because I said
You
y'all
gonna let me say?
over in Miami.
You said the only time that FSU wins is after UM has some type of
both programs
ban.
But that's Miami and Florida. When both programs are in turmoil, another program rises up. That's the cycle. That's the cycle.
But you said that specifically the only reason FSU wins is because of this.
So perfect. And if you want to hold me to those words, show me when I'm wrong. Y'all won 2 titles late 90s, right?
Well, one in the early 90s, one late 90s.
One early 90s, one late 90s.
Perfect.
One 2 years after y'all won.
You won in 2000. You won 2001.
And
you won 2 years after we won. What do you mean?
So listen. And what were we recovering from when Butch Davis left Miami? Butch Davis last year, Miami was getting out of sanctions. That's a fact. That's a fact. Butch Davis goes 11-1 and hits the league. In 1 or 2 years later, we're national champions, right? Al Golden was under scholarship.
It was 1 year. It was the next year. Coker won the next year, right?
Right. You're right. Coker won 1, and then the next year he lost to Ohio State, and then after that he fell off. That was who was he? Kyle Wright. Kyle Wright was this, or no, not Brock. Was it Kyle or Brock?
I think it's Kyle Wright. I think
Kyle Wright. What?
Right?
I don't know.
Right, but then you get
y'all, Chris Riggs.
Under Golden, right? We had scholarship reduction. We vacated a season.
Self-induced. Just make sure you put that in there.
Right, because we knew it was coming because of Shapiro. I'm not dumb.
And the NCAA botched that.
Right.
So ultimately, y'all kind of did that for nothing.
Right, but who knew the NCAA was going to fumble?
Yeah, no, I get you, but it was
Right, but I'm just saying though, dog. Like there's a history. If you look at the track records, if our program is in the middle of something, somebody's going to come up, right? What happened in the middle of who are y'all recruiting down here, bro? You see what I'm saying, bro?
Like, they've always recruited down there, regardless.
But not like y'all did during Jimbo, dog. Like, come on.
Yeah,
bro.
They did. Bobby was doing the same thing. Look at all Florida State's stuff.
Bobby was in South Florida. He was in the Tri County area.
Where do you think Wadsworth and Marvin Jones
Corey
Simon? Where do you think these guys are from?
Like Jimbo, bro.
Where do you think these guys are from, bro?
Where Corey Simon from? Where? Come on, bro. Like
their whole national title team, everybody that the 2013 national title team, outside of Jameis Winston, all of your studs were from Miami area.
That's not true.
Facts.
Name
Kelvin Benjamin, Devontae Freeman, Nick O'Leary, Joyner. Come on, bro. They all from South Florida, dog. That's your core from South Florida, bro. Kelvin Benjamin. That's another Miami recruiter mistake. We told Kelvin Benjamin to come to Miami to play tight end, and I told y'all, and I told you, Terrence, that's what he should have done, long term, right? But he should have come to Miami to play tight end, right? Thank you. There you go. Y'all recruit him as a receiver, y'all get him. Y'all live down here, dog. That's not no BS,
Well, no one
bro.
said we didn't live down there.
But you
Not
said
like Jimbo,
Bobby
dog.
did. You said Bobby did, bro. That's disrespectful.
Okay, so let's talk about what was it? What was it? 99 before that or 2000 that y'all won a natty?
They won 99. Yeah.
Okay, who was your core?
99, Chris Winkie. You really asked us to go back, bro.
Yeah, you actually like go back and look.
I mean, I can. Who was the running back on that team? Was it
Hey, can I pause real quick?
Go ahead.
I don't know who Peanut Butter Hero is. I don't know who he is. Right? He's ignorant. He don't know what he's talking about.
I mean, you know,
all the way back and look at this 99 Florida State roster. Like,
I'm gonna give y'all some time. He don't know what he's talking about. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. Just doesn't know what he's talking about at all. South Florida kids don't want to go to Miami. That sounds stupid. Sounds absolutely stupid. Did Miami win the Cheez-It Bowl? No.
So Travis Minor.
Where's Travis Minor from?
Peter Ward, Ron Dugans, Anquan Snoop.
Anquan's from South Florida.
Anquan was a freshman though, so he doesn't. He was not part of the core at all.
Joel, that's a big word for you, bro.
You're
a big trigger.
Hey, we go start. Travis Minor from New Orleans, by the way.
Right.
Which was another place we were really on.
Sir 5, which you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Corey Simon, Tommy Polly.
By the way,
where was Jamal Reynolds from? Corey Simon was on that team. Bradley Jennings.
Hero. The word is embarrassing, not embracing. Embarrassing. Since we're going to troll here today. EMBARASSING. Embarrassing. There you go. Try that out. Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, let's stop. Hold on. I'm gonna press pause, bro. I'm gonna press pause, man. First of all, he's on here. Let. I guess y'all trying to be disrespectful, but y'all making us look bad. You gonna be disrespectful? We do far worse than jerking than y'all do it in our chat. And so I'm looking. I'm like, dang, boy.
Sir, and to Sir 5's point, if you want me to answer that,
here's the thing.
Can I address Sir 5 real quick?
Go ahead.
No, hey, you know what, Hero? I don't, but I make 6 figures, so you can jump off my nuts. Sir 5, to your point, sir. When it comes down to, oh my gosh, look, I own 5 businesses. I can open up 5 LLCs tomorrow. That sounds stupid. Sir 5. The reason why I bring it up is that when Jimbo had his opportunity, right? And there's a bunch of Miami recruiting mishaps under Al Golden, right? If you don't remember, there's a kid that played for us named Trajan Bandy. We didn't recruit Trajan Bandy under Al Golden because he wasn't 6 feet tall. That's stupid. He could play corner. He was going to go to Oklahoma. He ended up staying home to Miami. Those are the type of flops that were made under an Al Golden, regime at Miami. That's why I brought that up. Jimbo comes down here. We didn't have an offer in on Devontae Freeman, correct, Adrian? I'm pretty sure that was the story behind Devontae Freeman. I don't think Miami even offered him, right?
No, they did. Not until very late in the process.
There you go, right?
Hey, peanut butter, bro. Like real talk. Like let's keep the disrespectful stuff to a limit, bro. Like you getting out of hand, man.
Chill.
That's unnecessary. Ain't nobody calling nobody no bitches and shit. Like that's wrong.
Thank you. But the bottom line is that if you're looking at to what you said earlier, Terrence, that qualifying statement, which was, what did Miami do, right? Excuse me. Miami, when I said Miami, Florida State was really good when Miami was on their downs, right? There are 2 national titles that were won during scholarship reductions at Miami. You can't change that. And I can't sit here, mind you, I've owned up to Jimbo being one of the better coaches I've ever seen. Haven't I owned up to that before? I've given Jimbo his credit, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this conversation was you saying that Bobby didn't recruit South Florida like that, like Jimbo did.
Which I'm saying, Adrian,
which is wrong.
What I'm saying, Adrian, is the core. So, I'm not saying he didn't recruit South Florida, but if you look at the core of that national title team, and I don't know if you guys are proving me wrong yet. I left out Xavier Rhodes in that conversation, did I not? In 2013,
he didn't play. He wasn't part of the national title team. No,
he wasn't. I'm sorry. Okay,
PJ and Ronald Darby were your two corners.
They're not South Florida. Joyner's South Florida, right?
Well, off the top of my head, 2013.
Was there.
Your South Florida kids.
Brooks wasn't from South Florida. Was Brooks?
Who? Terrence Brooks? I don't know where Terrence Brooks is from.
He started on that team.
Yeah, he was starting safety next to Ramsey. Joyner played nickel. Nickel / safety. Then
what was the D line?
Joyner was
your D line. Your D lines was Jernigan. I forget who played.
Timmy Jim.
I forget who played. Somebody can help me out.
Was
Mario Edwards?
Edwards was a Texas kid.
Who was that DN? The DN. Damn it.
Which one?
My God. Christian Jones played on that team.
Yeah, Christian Jones on that team. I think he's a Tampa kid, though.
Our quarterback obviously wasn't a South Florida kid.
Boy, you tripping, boy. The point is this, and the only reason I brought up Jimbo,
did he call somebody? I ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm not. I'm not.
Adrian, I'm sorry to bring that to your channel, but I shouldn't respond to that. But the idea is that from my end, when we looked at y'all play that national title game, and we have to look at Nick O'Leary, like we didn't even recruit. I don't know if you know that.
I can give you Nick. I think
Nick.
Both of our
Nick
two receivers were South Florida kids.
Green and
I think Rashard Green from South Florida. Yeah.
And then remember, y'all came and got right after that. Y'all got Travis Rudolph from our backyard too. That's the next year.
Travis Rudolph was a really good kid, man.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, I'm just saying, like, you can't.
But yeah, like Dan Squad said, it South Florida is everybody's. I mean,
if you're not recruiting from South Florida, you're not winning championships.
I don't disagree with that. Like, just like Bama last year, like that whole secondary, right? I'm just saying it looks.
No one's doubting that you have to recruit South Florida.
That's not what I'm saying. Antonio, I disagree though, because who won y'all the national title game? Who caught the touchdown?
Kelvin Benjamin.
Rashad got us in position, and Kelvin won it.
That's a Bell Glade boy. You know what I'm saying? Like I coached against Kelvin Benjamin. You see what I'm saying? Like I watched Kelvin Benjamin as a senior dog my kids. You know what I mean? Like that's a South Florida. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like you can't not look. And this is probably more even between the three of us, more of a heated discussion because we've had it before, right? Is that you look at that team and it's like, damn, boy, did y'all get everybody from the city? You know what I'm saying? Y'all got everybody.
You make a decent point. Like you make a decent point. Again, this whole thing didn't start from the fact that you're wrong. I don't think anyone's saying
you're saying Bobby
didn't
recruit.
This started that you said Bobby didn't recruit South Florida like Jimbo did. And the only thing I'll say that maybe you might have a little bit of a point of is, especially if we're going to compare the 99 team, I would have to go check that 93 team too and see how much of those guys are South Florida kids. But
that's fucking impossible.
You also have to understand that until Bama recently, there hasn't been a 10-year run like Florida State did in the 90s.
Correct.
And Florida State at that point Bobby was recruiting on a national scale, very much like Bama and Clemson do now. Bobby could go into California, Texas, Louisiana, and pull these kids. So I don't know. I think you're kind of comparing apples and oranges.
Adrian,
because there's no doubt in my mind Bobby got to where he got by recruiting South Florida.
I think
had Jimbo stayed at Florida State another 10 years and was able to keep up a similar trajectory, Jimbo's doing the same thing that Nick Saban and Dabo Swinney are doing. He's recruiting nationwide.
Right. But what I'm saying, Adrian, is when I make that statement about Jimbo, not like Jimbo, right? the statement should probably be more that it looks like he relied on those South Florida kids more. That's all I'm saying.
But see, nobody's denying that.
But that's really all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I should not have said that Bobby does not recruit that area, right? Or did not. I'm saying that if you look at that Florida State team, right? If you look at that Florida State team, it comes down to, again, a Kelvin Benjamin touchdown, right? It comes down to Devontae Freeman beating the shit out of us whenever he played us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong there.
Those are the things that we have to hold. And again, to what's his name?
But I think
Dan Squash brings it up again. A lot of kids did choose FSU over Miami, but again, Dan, remember, like we said about Devontae Freeman, we didn't offer him till late in the process. I really don't think we had an offer out on him. I really didn't think we had one, right? Which is despicable because he played at Miami freaking Central. Like, are you kidding me?
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
But he was like the number 2 running back, number 2 or 3 running back there.
Listen, bro. And these are the type of talk.
So the story goes, Jimbo and company go to actually watch another kid. I forget exactly who they were going to watch, but he was a bigger whole profile kid. They saw Devontae and was like, wait a minute, no, we want that kid.
Right.
So that's how the story goes. They were actually going to see somebody else, saw Devontae and wanted that kid.
And
now,
Antonio.
How do you know
Antonio Dupree?
You don't, Adrian. But that's the problem.
Rashard was from Georgia. I thought he went to St. Thomas.
He was from Georgia, but he went to St. Thomas. He played from his sophomore year on at St. Thomas. Like he played Florida football. Like it's different, bro.
Adrian. But to your point, Adrian, and this is the problem under Al Golden. How don't you see that?
No, I got you.
That's all I'm getting at. That's all I'm getting at.
I hear what you're saying. Here's my thing. Because I think what has a lot of people triggered somewhat. Miami fans act like the city belongs to them,
which it does not.
And Dade County, Broward, West Palm, those places haven't belonged to Miami in
never
20, 30
they never
years.
Did.
Right. So
even back in the 80s.
I think when you present it as y'all, because this is how you're presenting it. Y'all are only good because of Miami kids. Well,
so what I
across the country, that is a well-known fact throughout the entire country. If you want to be elite at college football and you're not recruiting South Florida, you're behind the 8 ball. So
what I said.
Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I finish this because I was very quiet. But there's some things I need to address. So when you say that, I think that's what triggered people. Now I want to address the chat. Look, Peanut Butter Hero, Joel Davis. Look, guys, y'all know I'm very don't have a problem with people ever coming over here and talking trash, but y'all got to understand, at the end of the day, we are all grown men over here, and we just talking football. There's no reason to start getting personal.
I catch flights.
Look, I appreciate every subscriber and supporter I got, but at the same time, bro, if we want to argue football, look, Jerg is a Miami guy, but he's one of my guys. I bring him on here to talk. Let's keep it football. Is all I'm saying. Like, so
let me
I was
go
being
back
quiet. I was monitoring the chat. I wanted to see where it went, but
I couldn't ignore it. Like, you know,
yeah,
me, I don't ignore it.
So let's go back to football, sir.
We ain't trying to make it hostile. You feel me? I'm not giving the axe. No, I'm not giving the axe to anybody. I'm not giving the axe to anybody. I'm not blocking anybody or kicking anybody. I'm not doing any of that. If I was gonna do that, I would have did it already. Okay.
Can I get the serve real quick?
Yeah.
Serve,
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Like I want to finish it, and then we can get back
My
to
bad,
regular
bro.
schedule
My bad, bro.
program. The point I'm making is like y'all know how I operate over here, so don't think that just changes because I'm bringing other people on the channel. I've had guys like I've had T2Ys on here and people y'all don't go at him like that. So just because y'all don't know Jerk, don't go at him like that. That's it. We just keep it grown. I'm not saying don't talk trash. Talk all the trash you want. But when it starts calling people bitches and stuff, yeah. So
You call me a
just put
bitch,
it like
treat me
this.
like one.
Just put it like this. That's the fair warning to any and everybody. Y'all know me. Y'all really know how I
Yeah,
operate.
my
As long
bad.
as we keep it real, I and keep it respectful, I'm chill. I talk trash with the best of them. I'll let people troll with the best of them. When you start getting personal, you see how tempers flare. It might be good for views and it might be good for clicks, but y'all know how we go over here. Y'all know how we do it. But anyway,
So if I could jump in,
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at that.
if I could jump in, because at the end of
that's
the
exactly
day,
how they treated him, Dan. Like a
Like a
substitute.
substitute
crazy.
teacher.
So real quick to serve, right? Because he's probably the only one that's been actually like chatting with me, right? I've never said that people don't come into South Florida and recruit talent, and I don't think I projected that on you, Terrence, ever, or Adrian, right? Like
I
every
see how people thought that though.
if you listen to the statement, you'll hear that,
Yeah.
but you know that's not what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Is that every program is cyclical. Every program goes through cycles. Part of Miami's cycle historically has been that Miami gets into trouble. Can we all agree on that? Right? And
Y'all
it just
drop bags, man.
Seems to be the case.
right. So it just so happens that when Miami gets to trouble, everybody want to show up and win. And that's all I said when I made that statement. Then when we moved on to Antonio Dupree's comment down here, right, which was what's the point of the conversation? Antonio, we just free talking like we always do because it's just what we do, right? But the point of this particular section that Adrian is going to go ahead and chop up and create more content for y'all later is that if we're talking about these, if we're talking about these programs and the things that go into building them, we can't deny that when that's stupid, dog.
Hey, I gotta mute my. I've
Had to
been
come in
dying
and set
about
him
the
straight
chat,
real
bro.
quick.
Dan is stupid, bro. That's how you know Dan a lineman for real, because he'll take none of that shit seriously.
Dan is funny, bro.
But at the end of the day, is if you're talking about this conversation, then yeah, if I looked at this run that FSU went on as a Miami fan, I'm highly disappointed that none of them dudes wore orange and green, because some of them should have, but they got everybody while we was down, right? I mean, these are gamers, bro. Lamarcus still got a job, right? If Kelvin Benjamin actually liked to work out, he would still have a job right now. You know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of the situation.
But there's some fairness to that. There's some fairness to that.
We're not gonna act like that's not real.
Well, here's the thing. I think you're talking about Florida State in a light that is not completely 100% accurate. And here's what I mean by that. Yes,
Sure.
some of those guys, maybe some of those guys should have been. Like I'll give Devontae Freeman probably should have been a Cane. I think he said he grew up a Miami fan, right? But here's the issue with what you're saying. You're treating us like we're Alabama or Clemson, when the fact is Florida State has deep roots in South Florida, way deeper than you're giving them credit for. So even if you think that some of these guys should have been Canes, the fact is there's a big segment of kids in South Florida that grow up Seminoles because their dads and their uncles and their cousins were Seminoles. So you can't really treat us like we're Bama and how Bama comes in and steals a kid and you're like, oh, that should never happen. Or how, like I get that. Texas, the Longhorns coming over here and getting a Miami kid. It's like what the hell? But that's how you're presenting it. Like, man, Florida State shouldn't be coming here getting kids. When I think the fact is, yes, Miami is the hometown team, but FSU has a very big presence in South Florida.
Right. No, so this is, and again, Adrian, I'm not going to say that that's not true, right? But what I'm saying is, how many guys did I list off, right? And not just talking the national title team. Let's just talk about talent to come through y'all. You mentioned Rashard, right?
Because
Who was
even if you talk about like a Kelvin Benjamin, I mean, Belgrade's been fairly good to Florida State, to FSU.
not like it's been to Miami though.
I mean,
Traditionally, you will see Pahokee kids go to Florida, and you see Belgrade kids probably a 60-40 split, maybe 70-30 split. That's my experience. You don't remember guys like
when,
Randy Phillips is one of them, right? Kenny, you want to go way back, one of my coaches in high school, Kenny Berry, his son Damian. There's a bunch of guys, right? You'll see a decent balance. But what I'm saying is, Adrian, is if you look at that part of the state, let's just talk about Belgrade and Pahokee for a second. I can't remember the last kid we got in that part of the state.
now that's a fair conversation for, especially in the recent times. I definitely would agree with you there.
And that's I guess that's what I'm getting at is that when we hired, and mind you, when we hired Golden, I was like, okay, well, he did his thing at Virginia. He coached a good defense with no talent. So immature me was like, okay, let's see what he can do at Miami. His defense sucked, right? And he never really got us to, I guess, a level in terms of development where I was like, okay, he's actually making moves, right? But on top of that, he was completely disconnected with the region. You'd have to agree with that. Anybody would.
No, yeah, I think that's the
It-
biggest
it-
problem with Gold. Not only was he
Right.
disconnected, but it's like he had no interest in even embracing the Dade County, those rural areas of Dade County and Palm Beach. Like you said, like we're talking Belga.
Homestead.
Yeah, we're talking. He had no interest of ingratiating himself with that, which never made sense to me.
Bingo.
All right, Tyler, man, appreciate you.
Bingo. It just don't. Again to that
This
statement.
section, when I chop this up, this section is gonna be great.
Sure, it should be. But again, dog, good recruiters. But that's not true, sir. Like, there's a lot of good recruiters, in the country, right? And again, they're all going to flock to South Florida for skill position players. They're going to come here for receivers, DBs, some mids, which are linebackers, and stand-up DNs. They're going to come here for that. They're going to flock here for that, right? The big thing I'm saying, sir, is again, we're looking at what Jimbo did. Holy shit, was it nothing but South Florida kids. That's what I remember watching that game. I'm sorry, but I'm always gonna remember it. I said it during the game, like I posted about it to y'all. I was like, damn, boy, if anything, Palm Beach County is really showing out right now.
Yeah, we could definitely agree that Jimbo came in and really
crazy.
picked up, and
It's crazy.
and we're going on 4 hours, but I do want to bring up one more point, and then I think we can end it on this. I think this is a good point, kind of to close on too. Because speaking of Jimbo and his dominance when the other programs was down, what's Dan Mullen's excuse? Why is he not destroying recruiting here in the state of Florida right now?
You know
don't
what?
get it.
Because FSU is the worst it's been in 20, 30 years.
Dan Mullen's Al Golden.
Miami's trying to. He's not Al Golden, but we'll get into that conversation. Miami is
recruiting,
building something, but they're not there yet. I think we can all agree they're not there yet.
No.
Why is Dan Mullen not signing all these kids from every corner of the state of Florida?
It's because Dan, in my eyes, number one,
thank you.
Dan's not relatable. I don't think he's relatable at all. And two, long-term relationships for Dan Mullen in Florida, in my eyes, clearly aren't there. They just aren't. Remember, they had 2 years ago or 2 classes ago, it was Avante Williams down to Florida and Miami. And everybody in Gainesville swore that he was going to be there, right? But Avante had a 4-year relationship with the coaching staff at Miami, and that's what closes the deal, right? I don't think Dan is somebody that one can relate to South Florida kids. Maybe those deep South kids when he was at Mississippi State and shit. You know what I'm saying? But the South Florida kids is different. We all have to agree that it's different, right? And to Tyler's comment earlier, Not everybody in South Florida is from Miami, and I completely agree with you.
I've said that
Rob
before.
was a little bit different, man.
I've said that before. Miami's a place people go to retire. A lot of people have ties to other states, especially up north. That's why you see a lot of kids go other places. For one, they're comfortable leaving South Florida, even if they grew up in South Florida. Your family's originally from Ohio. You're comfortable up in Ohio, so
we got Cali people, New York people, Jersey, Chicago, Georgia.
Well, look, and something real quick to May's point, Maiden Day. I don't think we had an offer out on Jerry Judy. I would like somebody to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure we didn't have an offer out on Jerry Judy, and that comes from Al Golden. That's to show you how many misses that were there in that era, right? Not to get off topic, Alo, but he brought up the name and the discussion. I'm almost certain we didn't even offer Jerry Judy coming out of high school. That's insane. That's insane.
Dan just doesn't get it. He doesn't. Get
I think Dan blew his I think Dan blew his opportunity. I think if Dan was going to capitalize and make Florida back into Urban Meyer-ish type of dominance, these last 4 years was his time to do it.
He is. Dan Mullen's the worst recruiter in the state of Florida.
I don't know. I'm not here to hype up Mike. But I'm telling you, if what I'm seeing right now from Mike without winning games on the trail is anything to really say, I really think the entire state of Florida needs to be worried if somehow Mike figures out how to win football games.
I just need him to hold on to McCall and Hunter, and I think, the talent will be there.
But when y'all recruited them two, just my take, Adrian, I think when you say the entire state, I wouldn't say the entire state. I will say Florida has to be on edge for sure.
Well, y'all better be on edge too.
The only reason I'm not going to say that out loud is because our class hasn't panned out yet, right?
I'm not even talking about necessarily for this year, but I mean like.
Well, what I'm saying is though is that if you see this class finish out strong, quote unquote strong for Miami, whatever your definition of that is if you see the class finish out strong and finish out quote unquote like it was supposed to, I wouldn't be worried about anything because it's a niche thing, right? If Manny has his niche and can stick to that niche, then I'm good with it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if it turns into Manny not having a niche, meaning that y'all come down here, and again, I'm not going to define your South Florida recruiting based off of Marvin Jones or Junior.
No, I wouldn't define it off of that either.
Right.
That's fair.
Like, I think Dan's
but a kid like Najee Kelly, who I know Miami's in the running for him too. He's been kind of shopping himself around, and he's been really hot lately. I think that's a kid. That's a kid from Dillard. I think that's a kid that recruitment is very similar to Jimbo recruitment, where FSU was on him early. He's blown up on the trail lately, and now teams are starting to come along. But Florida State was on him first.
Speaking of the Dillard kids, Devon Mortimer, I want to go back to what I talked about wide receivers. I know you're a big Dustin Hill fan. Devon Mortimer is that dude to me.
I mean,
he's a 3-star, but Devon Mortimer is that dude.
But that goes to my point as well. Like, if you're able to, because that's how it started for Jimbo. He was able to identify kids. Xavier Rhodes was a 3-star wide receiver at that. Identified a kid, got him on campus, turned him into a first-round NFL All-Pro type player. Same thing with Levante Freeman, and the list goes on and on. That's why I say be worried. Because once kids start seeing, he discovered Najee Kelly before Najee Kelly was this big prospect. Now you've ingratiated yourself into this South Florida community.
But if you can get into those schools, man, like
right now you've built that trust.
But Adrian, we got John Ford from Dillard when nobody knew who John Ford was.
But see, y'all are Miami. Like, unfortunately for you, it's a double standard.
I agree, but at the same time, we have to try to recruit Shamar Stewart, right? We have 2 kids out of Homestead, the DN and the D tackle, that we have to go after. With all due respect to Kelly, do those not take more of a priority?
I'm not even saying Kelly's the best prospect, but my point
I
is,
know you're not.
He's
I
blown up to the point where Miami's now interested. Bama's now interested.
I get okay. I get you.
Even if it's from what I'm talking about is from these kids will notice. Oh snap! Florida State is in these high schools now. How do you think Florida State ingratiated? How do you think Jimbo ingratiated himself with Miami Central? Because Devontae Freeman was nobody and Jimbo wanted him.
I don't Adrian. I don't completely disagree, and I don't totally disagree, but I'll put a lot. I'd put a lot of stock into particularly into Manny Diaz having a really good. I'm not going to say a clamp on the region, but his fingers on the pulse of the region. That's for sure.
I can't really debate you on how people feel. Manny's been in South Florida for a while, so I can't really. And he's from. I know he's like Cuban descent or whatever. I get all of that, so I'm not debating that. What I'm saying is I'm looking at Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook said in an interview something that was very interesting to me. He said when he decided to commit to Florida State, it was a straight business decision.
Sure.
So what made that business decision for him? Well, he came from the same high school as a guy named Devontae Freeman that nobody was looking at. But Jimbo Fisher identified him early. Devontae was unranked when Jimbo identified him. National championship, running back, gets drafted, had a decent NFL career before injuries. So the reason I bring it up is Terrence brought in Mortimer. I brought up Kelly. If these guys pan out, because right now he's not recruiting big time South Florida names. And like we said, we're not counting Marvin Jones Jr., we're not counting Armello. Those are outliers. Right. Other than those two kids, Jimbo's not really but Norvell's not in the running for any big time South Florida kid that I can think of off the top.
What about the DN that's coming on campus? He's not South Florida. My bad.
So my point is, if these guys pan out, if Mortimer comes to Florida State and he's a great wide receiver, so we might not see the effects this year or next year. All I'm saying is be worried if Norvell's doing what Jimbo did, identifying Xavier Rhodes as a 3-star and turning him into a day one corner. Those are the type of things that he did that I think got him in the door in Miami.
The difference is, though, you mentioned business decision. The business decision is Jimbo can coach his ass off.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but like I'm sorry, Adrian.
That's why I very much preference my comments by saying if Norvell can learn how to win football games.
No, I respect. So fair. I'm just saying, like, I think you guys, when you went on that run, right? I can ask y'all right now. Do y'all remember any of Miami's offensive coordinators during that time?
I just remember y'all had Cooley at one point.
Because he came from y'all, right?
Yeah, because Jimbo wouldn't let him call plays, so he went over to Miami.
So you had Cooley, right? Now, let's just talk about NFL talent that is coming out of Miami without knowing any of those guys. Phil Dorsett, Clyde Walford, David Njoku, Mark Walton, even though he's a knucklehead, Lamar Miller, Duke Johnson, on and on and on. It's not like we haven't had kids. The business decision is Jimbo's going to get me my 1,000 yards if I play hard. Nobody at Miami was going to give me that. And if I think you guys are going to make a step forward, and somebody asked earlier, do I have faith in Manny Diaz? I have more faith in the hires that Manny Diaz has made and the decisions that he made.
Adam, you're completely missing the point, but go ahead.
That I have. He is. I don't think you heard the whole combo, though. But I have more faith in those things, Adrian, than I have in Manny Diaz himself. But what Manny Diaz did is he got an offensive play caller to actually call plays. We haven't had that. We've never had it. You see what I'm saying? So unless Norvell can come in and say, you know what, I got someone that's going to put you in a better position than Manny Diaz on defense and then Brett Lashley on offense, you can get with all these lower, the lower tier guys to get into schools if you want to, but how is that going to win you the big battles and the big war? I've always viewed Florida State as being a team that dominates what Georgia can't dominate, and that Southwest Georgia, Southeast Alabama.
FSU has traditionally,
Valdosta.
yeah, they've traditionally recruited that area very well. Absolutely,
Which is why when we see
that's where Telvin Smith's from.
Right, but remember we saw with this kid, you got Thomas Davis out of Valdosta last year. You got Ja'Curry Brown now. To me, that looks weird to me. I don't even know if it'll stick.
That was weird to me. Straight up, I don't see why Ja'Curry Brown wouldn't be somebody that would end up at Florida State.
Well, I don't think they're recruiting. First of all, they're not really recruiting him.
Which is concern for me. Is he?
It's not concern for me because they're in it for a kid out of Atlanta, and MJ Morris, who is all but the athlete that he's rated a better prospect. We can look at the tape and debate, but I think MJ Morris has the goods.
Well,
they're in it for a kid named AJ Duffy, who I'm not as big on as I am for MJ Morris, but he's a more polished high school player.
I think Ja'Curry would be considered the low hanging fruit, though.
No, I think Ja'Curry's a pure prospect. That's what I think he is. It's if you watch him,
and MJ Morris is very similar.
Right.
He's a very high potential athlete that also plays baseball.
What is he rated? 167. Ja'Curry is 167. That's why he's rated so high, because he's a pure prospect.
And MJ Morris is like a top 90 player.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that I don't think that's low hanging fruit as much as it is. Quarterbacks have to get in where they fit in. And if Ja'Curry sees that he has a fit with Coach Lashley, then he takes it, right?
I agree.
But Adrian, if you go back to that Jimbo era, how many quarterbacks said, "Man, I really got a good fit in with Coach Lashley"? You know what I'm saying? Like that don't even sound right. That's what I think. When you talk about Dalvin and his kind of like his deciding.
I used the big time prospect for that. My point was to make that Jimbo didn't start off going after the number one kids out of Miami.
No, I don't. He never. Well, the guys he got were never the best kids down there. So I don't disagree with that.
But it turned them into the best kids out there from out of that.
Dalvin wasn't supposed to be the best kid coming out of Northwestern.
Who?
Dalvin wasn't the guy.
Out of Central. No, it was Yearby.
It was Yearby. Central. Yeah, it was Yearby.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I just again, my statement was more so to the core of this. When we're under, somebody comes up, right?
Yeah, no, we agree there.
And that's all that was. That's all that really was.
I think the conversation a little bit switched to Dan Mullen's failures and the potential that I do see in Mike Norvell.
Right.
You can't tell me that coming up for 3 wins, he should be recruiting the way he is. Now, whether that sticks, we're in April, whether that sticks or not, it's all going to depend on how many games he wins.
Right.
But the fact that he has momentum, I don't think can be just pushed to the side.
Right.
But I see Terrence falling asleep over there.
Same boy.
I actually gotta go. Hey, so I actually gotta do some cooking before I go to sleep.
Right. Well, you enjoy that.
So you might want to go start cooking then.
I just gotta make some random shit.
Yeah. Well, hey man, appreciate y'all as always. Halo, good having you, man. Good. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah, man.
All that other shit aside, man. Appreciate y'all, man. And we hope to see y'all soon, man.
All right, bro. Y'all boys have a good night.
Y'all take it easy, man.
Later.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And to you guys in the chat, man, what are you doing? As always, man. Thanks everybody tuning in. Stay classy, Seminoles. As you see, this kid's acting the fool. Man, we went another 4 hours over here, so we had fun. And again, guys, remember, it's all football tech at the end of the day. No point in getting personal, but I'm glad and appreciate everybody who came through, turned up, showed out. The bar is now closed. You guys have a great night, and I will see you guys again next time. Stay classy knows we at you.